Barty Uis. Bottom action button. Interact. Decal. Waypoint. Bottom action button. Interact.
Ah,
Decal.
so you are the wanderer.
Waypoint.
I
Bottom
see
action
now
button.
why the people call you
Interact.
this. You took a long time getting here.
Jelena. Bottom action button. And who might you be?
People call me witch when they're being polite. But my name is Galena. I have come to this vile city in search of a head. One that belongs to the Tree of Whispers. Not yours, of course. But this particular head will prove difficult for me to collect alone. I propose a deal. Help me to find this head and take it back to the tree, and I will owe you a witch's debt. What say you?
Very well. I accept. Oaths
Then
and debts.
come with me.
Speak
I
with
can
Jelena.
sense the head close by, but it is difficult to locate in all of this noise. We must search until I hear its voice clearer.
Help Jelena find the source of the whisper. Character. Decal. Left shoulder. Wait. Nahantu. Waypoint.
That's what I'm
It's your
talking
fault.
about. Still
Eel.
got my shit unlocked.
Awazar. Undiscovered. Nahantu. Waypoint. Stash. Reclaim fugitive heads during head hunts and en route holds. Exchange the heads with Jelena for powerful new occult gems. The dead. The dead. Waypoint. Bottom action button.
Think I'm a pathetic child.
Interact.
Well,
Aldkin.
see the
Hire
child,
mercenary.
Because all I. If you're sure, let's go.
Character. Blasphemous. Haunt. Mercenary Corps. Flame Surge. Mercenary Corps. You. Raging Violence. Allies covered in ash. Hits of Aldkin's Flame Surge. Storm of Fire. Mercenary. Wave of Flame. Mercenary Icon. Raging Havoc. Burning Chaos. Ember's Gift. Eradication. Enemies killed within Aldkin's firestorm explode. Shared pain. Aldkin's Chain of Souls. Amplified suffering. Chain of Souls. Mercenary Iconic. Chain of Exhaustion. Aldkin. Terrify. Hits of Haunt. Mercenary Corps. Haunt. Haunt. Exhaustion. Aldkin's shadow damage has a 10% chance to daze enemy. Terrify. Hits of Aldkin's Haunt have a 30% chance to inflict vulnerable on enemies for 4 seconds. Terrify. Field of Languish. Mercenary Iconic. Chain of Souls. Mercenary Iconic. Cooldown, 21 seconds. Aldkin Chain. Covered in ash. Hits of Aldkin's Flame. Exhaustion. Terrify.
No way.
Hits. Terror. Haunt. Flames.
Let's just do
Covered
this
in
for
ash.
now.
Hits of Aldkin's Flame Surge Slow. Raging Violence. Allies gain 15% critical strike chance against enemies affected by Flame Surge. You may. Covered in ash. Hits of Aldkin's Flame Surge slow enemies by 20% and deal an additional 9 burning damage. Covered in ash. Storm of Hired. The dead. Left shoulder button. Stat. Dungeon. Directional pad. Keji Stan. Season quest. Oaths and debts. Help Jelena find the source of the whisper. Bottom action button. Waypoint. Armory. The knockdown status effect prevents enemies from moving or taking action. Decal. Decal.
People.
Waypoint. Bottom action button. Interact. Oaths and debts. Help Jelena find the source of the whisper.
I hear it.
House.
This way.
Strange modes. Bottom action but you have reached your destination. Chair. Chair. Bottom action button. Sit down. Kelius. Kelius. Bottom action. Kelius. Bottom action button. Interact. Whispering root. Bottom action button. Thorned roots sprout up through the stone.
The voice cried out when you touched that rod. We are getting close.
Overgrown. The same rotten roots spill out from the doorway.
And
Search
again,
for the
more
head.
cries. Stay away, they say. I am
Overgrown
afraid we
tenement.
cannot.
Bottom action button. Ferocity is a powerful buff for the spirit born, increasing attack speed by 5% per stack. Ferocity, overgrown tenement, Aldkin. Oats and deads.
What is
Overgrown
this?
brambles.
Our quarry has turned rotten. We must be careful.
Exposed roots. Enraged head rotten blackguard. Delete. Road slip. Life 90%. Alt. Life 70. Life 100%. Enraged head rotten.
What the hell is that?
Marksman. Alt. Aflame. Leather doublet. Character. Abilities. Left shoulder, frost bolt. Spark. Basic. Arclat. Firebolt. Basic. Pyromancy. Hurl a flaming bolt, Aldkin. Firebolt. Arclash. Basic. Shock. Unleash arcing, enhanced. Spark. Frost. Spark. Enhance. Incinerate. Core. Pyromancy. Channeled. Incinerate. Frozen orb. Fireball. Core. Pyroman. Frozen orb. Devastation. Ice shards. Core. Chain lightning. Core. Chain. Chain. Charged bolts. Core. Shock. Mana cost. Ice shards. Ice shards. Mana 80%. Mana 50. Mana 15%. Leather doublet. Mana 36%. Mana 56%. Mana 76%. Mana 96%. Mana 70%. Mana 39%. Fiendish Folio. Mana 23%. Mana 43%. Mana 63%. Mana 83%. Mana 47%. Mana 67%. Mana 87%. Leather doublet. Mana 67%. Character. Profile. Wardrobe. Torso. Head. Feet. Main hand.
Oh, you can get rid of this
Equipped.
shit.
Main hand. Main hand. Main hand, mana 100%. Apprentices 1. Mana 79, mana 54, mana 31%. Mana 8%. Mana 3%. Mana 23%. Mana 43%. Mana 63%. Mana 83%.
That's a good combination. Let's start there. We'll start there.
Character. Abilities. Abilities. Rank 1/5. Respect mode. Overview. Basic skills deal damage and are always available to cast. Left action button. Locked. Spend 2 more skill points to enable this connection. Incinerate. Frostbolt. Firebolt. Basic. Firebolt. Enhanced Firebolt. Enhanced. Flickering Firebolt. Glinting Firebolt. Firebolt increase the burning damage you deal to the enemy by 25% for 3 seconds. You may only select one upgrade. Not yet learned. Bottom action button. Glinting Firebolt. Firebolt. Rank 1. Incinerate. Incinerate. Rank 1/5. Core. Enhanced Incinerate. While channeling Incinerate, you burn enemies around you for 50% of the damage per second. Greater Incinerate. Every 3 seconds an enemy has been. Destructive Incinerate. Enemies deal 30% less damage while burning from it. Basic skill. Arc Lash. Basic. Shock. Unleash arcing lightning that deals 6 damage to enemies in front of you. Depth. Greater. Course. Fire. Arc Lash. Basic. Shock. Unleash
I'd
arcing
rather
lightning
have
that deals 6 damage to
staff
enemies
than
in
a
front of
wand.
you.
Damn.
Every 10 times arcade lash swipes, it stuns all enemies hit for 2 seconds. Lightning damage. Course. Ice shards. Ice shards. Enhanced ice shard. Chart. Teleport. Defensive. Shock. Mobility. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Flame shield. Defensive. Pyromancy. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Frost Nova. Ice armor. Defensive. Frost. Cooldown, 20. Element. Flame shield. Enhanced flame shield. Flame shield has a 50% larger burn. Mystical flame shield. After flame shield ends, surrounding enemy. Enhanced ice shards. Ice shards. Enhanced lock. Lock. Hydra. Locked. Flame.
Oh, I can't do
Enhanced
that yet.
flame shield. Flame. Defensive.
Okay.
Ice shards. Incinerate. Rank 1/5. Core. Pyromancy. Fireball. Core. Pyromancy. Mana cost, 35. Hurl an exploding ball of fire, dealing 10 damage to surrounding enemies. Fire damage. Not yet learned. Bottom action button. Learn. Bottom action button.
I do like the
Hold.
last shit.
Arc Lash. Basic. Shock. Potent warding. Basic. Incinerate. Ice shards. Core. Frost. Frozen orb. Core. Frozen. Fireball. Core. Pyromancy. Mana cost. Enhanced fireball. Casting fire. Destructive fireball. Greater fireball. Fireball deals 10% of the burning. Incinerate. Rank 1/5. Core. Pyromancy. Channeled. Glint.
Alright,
Arc
you
lash.
know what? Fuck it,
Arc
I really
lash.
want it.
Enhanced
I
arc
really
lash.
want it.
If arc lash's initial swipe. Enhanced arc lash.
What is this?
Enhanced arc lash. If arc lash's initial swipe critically strikes, it swipes an additional time. Glinting arc lash. Hitting a stunned enemy with arc lash reduces your cooldowns by 0.15. Glinting, flickering arc lash. Arc lash grants 5 mana if your swipe hits at least one enemy. When you hit 3 or more enemies or a boss, your next swipe also deals 50% more damage. You may only Enhanced arc lash. Enhanced flickering arc flickering teleport. Mystical. Enhanced
I need
firebolt.
some defense,
Flickering
right?
arc flickering. Mystical. Flame shield. Flame shield. Rank 1. Charged
Hey.
exit respect mode. Charged bolts. Skill assigned. Flame shield. Incinerate. Rank 1/5. Core. Charged
I gotta
bolt.
see.
Charged bolt. Character. Abilities. Enable. Spark. Firebolt. Ice shard. Firebolt. Rank 1/5. Firebolt. Incinerate. Rank 1/5. Firebolt. Rank 1/5. Incinerate. Rank 1/5. Core. Pyromancy. Channeled. Mana cost, 25 per second. Channel a beam of fire. Arc lash. This enchantment slot. Fire. Arc lash. Arc lash. Rank 1/5. Fire. Flame shield. Arc lash. Core. Incinerate. Charged. Fire. Flame shield. Mana 62%. Mana 40%. Mana 16%. Mana 36%. Mana 56%. Mana 31%. Mana 52%. Mana 72%. Mana 92%. Character, abilities. Abilities. Left, incinerate. Destroy, incinerate. Flame
Oh.
shield, enhanced flame, defensive, teleport, defensive, shock, frost nova, enhanced, elemental, core skills, elemental dominance, your potent warding, casting a skill grants 3% all, core skills, fireball, rank 1/5. Core. Pyromancy. Innate, fireball, spark, fireball, arc lash, fireball, arc lash. Rank 1, charge, arc lash, in, arc lash, hired top action button. Hold. Travel to the dead. Mana 59, mana 17, mana 54%, mana 4%, mana 24%, mana 13%, mana 33%, mana 9%, mana 29%, mana 49%, mana 40%, mana 29%. Mana 3%, mana 23%, mana 40, mana 15%, mana 35%, mana 9%, mana 29%, mana 50%, mana 70%, mana 90%. Core skills spent, enable, charged bolt,
Okay.
fireball, firebolt, rank 1/5, basic, pyromancy, hurl a flaming bolt, dealing 2 damage and burning for 7 damage over 6 seconds. Modifiers, firebolt pierces through burning enemies, fireball, arc lash, firebolt, incinerate. Rank 1/5. Core. Arc lash. Firebolt. Arc lash. Firebolt. Rank 1/5. Basic. Fireball. Abilities. Mana 65. Mana 53%. Mana 42%. Mana 4%. Mana 24%. Mana 44%, mana 31%, mana 51%, mana 30%, mana 50%, mana 70%, mana 90%.
Alright.
Exposed wounds. Road slither. Mana 6, mana 87%.
There, the head is inside.
Inspect
Quickly,
the
we have to
exposed
cut
roots.
it out.
Alt
Then to protect itself.
Shambling corpse. Mana 6, shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Altkin. Flame. Shambling corpse. Mana 12%. Shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Mana 11%. Shambling corpse. Mana 100%. Shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Mana shambling corpse. Mana 79. Shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Mana 10%. Enraged fugitive head. Mana shambling corpse. Shambling corpse. Mana 9%. Mana 30%. Enraged fugitive head. Life in Jelena. Aldkin. Mana 52%. Aldkin. Life 36%.
Get away from me!
Shambling corpse. Life 25%. Life 40%. Altkin. Mana 6 Altkin. Flame. Life 45%. Tunic. Enraged fugitive head. Clear iron.
Quickly!
Mana 23%. Strider's staff. Relic skull. Fiendish. Aldkin. A flame. Mana 43%. Tunic. Life 71%. Ferocious. Apprentice's wand. Life 88%. Mana 78%.
Oh, a flameless
Mana
sword.
56%. Mana 77%. Mana 97%. Mana 75%. Mana 96%. Mana 65%. Mana 55%. Mana 33%. Mana 53%. Mana 73%. Mana 93%. Carrick, Watt, J, up, Vigorous Apprentice's wand, staff, Vigorous Relic skull, staff, Ferocious shorts. Mana 65%, Mana 80%, Mana 59%, Mana 38%, Mana 11%, Mana 31%. Mana 51%, Mana 71%, Mana 91%.
I like the sword.
Vigorous Apprentice's wand. Ferocious staff. Vigorous Apprentice's Ferocious short staff. Ferocious vigor staff. Ferocious short sword. Magic sword. Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button. Interact. Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 37%. Mana 58%. Mana 78%. Mana 98%. Mana 65%. Mana 86%. Mana 37%. Mana 57%. Mana 77%, Mana 97%. Mana 65%, Mana 86%. Mana 65, Mana 44%. Mana 65%, Mana 85%. Mana 64%, Mana 84%. Mana 57%, Mana 70, Mana 50%, Mana 70%, Mana 90%. Mana 37%, Mana 57%, Mana 70, Mana 52%, Mana 72%, Mana 92%.
Oh good, he doesn't move.
Mana 65%. Mana 31%, Mana 18%, Mana 38%, Mana 25%, Mana 10%, Mana 30%. Mana 51%, Mana 71%, Mana 91%.
I guess the staff is better than the damn sword.
Jelena. Bottom action, you owe me an explanation. What was that thing?
apologize for not telling the whole story, but I thought it better to show you what we are up against. This head was stolen from the Tree of Whispers. By who or what, I do not know.
By who?
But it was attached
What?
to dead flesh, and this rot was allowed to spread. It was not the only one either. Please return this head to the tree and see for yourself what has happened. I will give you my teaching as promised.
Severed limbs. Severed limb. Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 37%. Abilities. Fireball.
You should get rid
Enhanced
of fireball.
Course. Frozen. Fireball. Fire. Ice shards. Ice shards. Charged bolts. Core. Chain lightning. Core. Chain. Shock. Mana cost, 35. Unleash a stream of lightning that deals 8 damage and chains between nearby enemies and you up to 5 times. Enhanced frozen orb. Enable frozen teleport. Charged chain ice shards. Rank ice shards. Arc. Ice shard. Mana 100. Mana 70%. Mana 67%. Mana 39%. Mana 7%. Mana 27%. Wise sturdy abilities. Chain. Enhanced. Ice shards. Ice shard. Glass cannon. Ice armor. Mystical flame. Frost. Ice armor. Ice armor. Mana 100%. Barrier. 57%. Barrier. 0%.
Get a sword and a
Scraps
staff
of cocoon.
like Gandalf.
Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button.
Let me
Shattered
do
mirror.
it. Let me
Jagged
do it. Let me do it. Let me do
Scraps
it.
of cocoon. Bottom action button.
That's what I can do.
Interact. Left shoulder Aldkin. Character. What? Abilities. Abilities. Left. Glass cannon. Enhanced. Teleport. Glass. Enhanced. Ice armor. Ice armor. Greater. Devastate. Chain lightning. Chain lightning. Mana 6. Mana 4. Mana 14%. Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 43%. Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 7%. Mana 27%. Mana 47%. Mana 67%. Mana 88%.
I need some more mana.
Mana 65%. Mana 53%. Mana 40%. Mana 60%. Mana 27%. Mana 16%. Mana 36%. Mana 15%. Mana 36%. Mana 56. Mana 31%.
This is starting
Mana
to feel
51%. Mana 72%. Abilities. Charged. Devastate. Chain lightning. Charged. Greater. Enhanced chain lightning. Chain lightning gains a 3%. Greater chain lightning. Each time chain. Destructive chain lightning. When chain lightning critically strikes, it has a 30% chance to form a crackling energy. You may only select one upgrade. Not yet learned.
Crackling energy.
Crackling energy periodically damages surrounding enemies when picked up. Enhanced. Chain lightning. Charged bolts. Core. Shock. Mana cost. Charged mana 100, mana 70%. Mana 63%.
Oh, that's hard.
Mana 57%. Mana 77%. Mana 9. Mana 70%. Mana 91%. Mana 70%. Mana 67%. Mana 59%. Mana 70. Mana 57%. Mana 77%. Mana 97, Mana 67%, Mana 87%. Mana 66%. Mana 87%. Character-wise sturdy stat abilities. Enhanced core element charged bolt charged ice shards. Core. Enhanced arc lat fire frost bolt. Spark. Basic. Shock. Spark. Frost bolt. Arc lash. Rank 1/5. Basic. Enhanced arc lash. Arc lash. Basic skills deal damage and are always available to cast. Spark. Scraps of cocoon. Bottom action button. Interact.
Yeah, that'll work. What is the other one?
Character-wise sturdy abilities. Abilities. Frostbolt. Fire. Frostbolt. Rank. Spark. Frostbolt. Spark. Incinerate. Fireball. Core. Pyromancy. Mana cost, 35. Hurl an exploding ball of fire, dealing 13 damage to surrounding enemies. Fire damage. Not yet learned.
I stick with
Bottom
the 3 buttons
ice
if I have to.
Frozen orb. Core. Charged bolts. Core. Charged bolts. Flame shield. Enhanced charged bolts. The third time an enemy is hit by a single cast of charged bolts, that bolt surges upon impact, dealing 16 in a greater charged bolts. Charged bolts deal destructive charged bolts. Hitting an enemy with charged bolts reduces their damage dealt by 25. Element. Spark.
Okay,
Frostbolt.
let's work on these.
Glinting spark. Glinting. Enhanced spark. Each time spark hits its primary target, it has a 40% chance to hit up to 3 additional enemies, dealing 1 damage. If there are no other enemies to hit, spark instead deals 20% increased damage to its primary target. Enhanced spark. Glinting spark. Spark grants 2% increased critical strike chance per cast for 5 seconds, up to 8%. At max stacks, your spark hits grant 1 mana. Flickering spark. Each time spark hits an enemy, it has a 4% chance to form a crackling energy. You may only select one upgrade. Flickering spark. Firebolt. Basic skill. Firebolt. Enhanced firebolt. Firebolt pierces through burning enemies. Left action. Enhanced glinting firebolt. Firebolt increase the burning damage you deal to the enemy by 25%. Basic core skills spend resource to destructive incinerate. Every 3 seconds an enemy has been hit by incinerate, they are immobilized for 1.5 seconds. You may only select one upgrade. Not yet learned. Enhanced incinerate. Enhanced incinerate. Greater incinerate. Ice. Scraps of cocoon. Wise sturdy abilities. Enable chain lightning, frost bolt, fire bolt. Spark, fire bolt. Spark. Rank 1. Spark. Rank 1/5. Spark. Abilities. Mana 67%. Mana 87%.
Okay.
Cut loose from the... Leather doublet. Decal. Bottom action button. Legendary items need 2 temp. Decal.
I
Aldkin.
could never live in a town
Odes and
too
Deads.
loud.
Speak with Jelena by the Tree of Whispers. Strange modes. Bottom action button. Interact. Stable master. Bottom action button. Interact. Pale Sands. Odes and Debts. Speak with Jelena by the Tree of Whispers. Central Plateau. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen.
Oh, we can play some corn chips right here. Let's do it.
Baskets. SPID. Spider. SPID. Spider. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Ruin Law. Mother's Disciple. Bottom action button. Interact. Mother's Chosen. Life 100%. Mother's Chosen. Hellion. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Hellion. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Herald. Aldkin, Aflame. Mother's Herald. Mother's Aldkin. Mother's Herald. Mother's Fallen Overseer. Mother's Chosen. Aldkin, Aflame. Hellion, Ruin Maw. Mother's Mother's chip. Aldkin. Aldkin. Southern Expanse. Odes and Debts, Soul Burner. Skittering, Fly-Storm. Skittering Abomination, Soul Burner. Mana 3%. Slain Villager. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana, Aldkin. Mana 83%. Workman. Life 78%. Stinging Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Fly Swarm. Life 67%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 61%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 82%.
Ask you the same.
Bottom
This is
action
no place
button.
for sightseeing.
Interact.
I was helping these people escape Chaldean when we were attacked by monsters. Now we're split up and the damn things just keep coming. I could certainly use an extra sword, just until we get further down the road. Cover us while we move ahead and find our lost sheep. Stay
Aldkin.
close, too.
Flames Hornet. Skittering Abomination. Life 57. Stinging Swarm. Life 45%. Flames Hornet. Life 57 for Aldkin. Skittering Abomination. Mana 58%. Fly Swarm. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Mana 16%. If Cauterized Cenobite. Mana 37%. Cauterized Cenobite. Mana 15%. Cauterized Cenobite. Cauterized Cenobite. Iron Wolf. Mana 75. Cage. Bottom action button. Mana 95%. Dreadful Seer introduced. Scorched Vigor. Mana 54%. Mana 74. Scorched Vigor. Thundering Seer Traducer, Elite. Mana 94%. Dreadful Seer Traducer. Dreadful Seer Traducer. Hellcaller Seer Traducer. Cauterized Dreadful Seer Traducer. Life 100%. Mana 100%. Leather Dub. Pujo. Leather Dub. Pujo. Cage. Bottom action button. Cage. Bottom action button.
Wouldn't have made
Cage.
it without you.
Bottom action, Pujo. Cauterized Cenobite. Khaldun Bazaar. Aldkin. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Life 90%. Skittering Abomination. Pestilent Hook. Fly Swarm. Mana 58%. Pestilent Hooks. Fly Swarm. Mana 14%. Scattered Remains. Scattered Remains. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Life 79%. Aldkin. Mana 35%. Mana 56%. Baskets. Mana 96%. Conduit Shrine. Bottom action button. Road to Khaldun. Fly Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Striders. Fly Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Sin Eater. Spawn of the Dam. Aldkin. Central Rise. Oaths and Debts. Speak with Jelena by the Tree of Whispers. Bone Snapper. Mana 73%. Mana of Black. Mana 9%. Harvest, Scouring Sands, Laggard. Mana 70%. Mana 90%. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Laggard. Life 69%. Bone Snapper. Life 54%. Bone Snapper. Flesh Ripper. Mana 68. Burning Dead Archer. Cull Scouring Sands Skeletons. Rusted Sands. Mana 89%. Harvest, Scouring. Rusted Sands. Black. Desert Raptor. Black. Bone Snapper. Marksman. Road Slipper. Mana 20. Mana 3%. Marksman. Harvest, Barricade. Alt Baskets. Desert Raptor. Mana 23%. Marksman. Mana 3%. Desert Raptor. Life 100%. Mana 100%. Burning Dead. Harvest. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Desert Raptor. Cull Scouring Sand Skeletons. Desert Black. Mana 80%. Burning Dead. Mana 1. Burning Cull Scouring Sand Skeletons. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Purge the Rot. Mana 36. Cull Scouring Sand Skeletons. Black. Bone Snapper. Mana 50. Savage Beast. Life 72%. Bone Snapper. Mana 7. Purge the Rot. Mana 50. Harvest. Scouring Sand. Burning Dead Archer. Mana 95%. Burning Dead Archer. Slain Villager. Bottom action button. Purge the Rot. Mana 95%. Harvest. Scouring Sand. Mana 51%. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 91%. Marksman. Life 50. Savage Beast. Life 30%. Harvest. Scouring Sand. Marksman. Savage Beast. Bone Snapper. Mana 5%. Marksman. Purge the Rot. 40/1. Life 80. Harvest. Scouring Sands. Mana 25%. Marksman. Burning Dead. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Mana 46%. Savage Beast. Purge the Rot. Mana 86%. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Cull Scouring Sand Skeletons. Purge. Livesbane. Bottom action. Scour. 1/7. Desert Raptor. Desert Raptor. Scorpion. Life 85%. Burning Dead Captain. Burning Dead. Container. Burning Dead Archer. Life 73%. Burning Dead. Scorched Stinger. Mana 44%. Cull Scouring. Purge the Rot. Mana 21%. Scour. 3 Mana 63%. Mana 83%. Scattered Remains. Bottom action button. Flesh Crawler. Aldkin. Purge the Rot. 52/. Life 78, Life 89, Life 100%. Silent Desert Raptor. Burning Dead Archer. Desert Raptor. Mana 41%. Altkin. Mana 18%. Cull Scouring Sand Skeleton. Marksman. Mana 50. Marksman. Marksman. Mana 14. Scorched Stinger. Purge the Rod. 61 slash. Mana 56%. Aldkin. Aflame. Burning Dead. Burning Dead. Cull Scouring Sand Skeletons. Scorpions. Mana 56%. Mana 10%. Life 100%. Mana 100%. Purge the Burning Dead tap. Burning Dead tap. Burning Dead. Burning Dead. Burning Dead. Burning Dead. Mana 36%.
Keep it up.
Purge the Rod. Mana 56%. Cull Scouring Sand. Mana 7. Savage Beast. Mana 96. Bone Snapper. Savage Beast. Life. Bone Snapper. Mana 53%. Scorched Stinger. Life 55%. Flesh Eater. Mana 29%. Mana 49%. Scattered Remains. Bottom action button. Mana 89%. Skittering a bump. Bone Snapper. Skittering a bump. Bone Snapper. Touch the Rock. Marksman. Mana 3%. Bone Snapper. Mana 43%. Flesh Eater. Mana Purge the Rod. 92 slash. Mana 83%. Flesh Ripper. Flesh Ripper. Flesh Ripper. Flesh Ripper. Chest. Chest.
I like
Gauntlets. Stride. Big. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Marksman. Life 55. Desert. Marksman. Burning Dead Corpse Axe. Burning Dead. Mana 20%. Burning Halt. Marksman. Mana 41, Life 56, Life 68, Life 80%. Burning Dead, Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 62%. Aldkin, Aflame. Aldkin. Mana 82%. Slain Cell Sword, Slain Cell, Simple Focus. Slain Zakaram Priest, Slain Zakaram Priest. Bottom action button. Interact, Live Spain. Bottom action button. Interact. Central Rise. Scorpion, Desert Raptor. Desert Raptor, Desert Raptor. Scorpion. Desert Raptor. Mana 39, Mana 59%. Mana 79%. Scattered Remains. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 99%. Desert Raptor. Savage Beast. Mana 76%. Scorpion. Mana 98%. Desert Raptor. Mana 78%. Containers. Mana 98%.
Alright, open up some
Crumbling
cuts
pass.
at all these. I can open up some cuts.
Scorpion. Scorched Stinger. Life 69%. Baskets. Baskets. Scorched Stinger. Mana Savage Beast. Mana 50. Aldkin. Mana 73%. Aldkin. Mana 93%. Scorpion. Scorpion. Scorched Sting. Scorched Stinger. Scorched Stinger. Aldkin. Mana 72%. Mana 51%. Slain Cell Sword. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 72%. Savage Precipice. Oaths and Debts. Speak with Jelena by the Tree of Whispers. Mana 92%. Aldkin. Web. Arachnid Horror.
Oh,
Life 59%. Arachnid Horror. Mana Plague Creeper. Life 49%. Arachnid Horror. Toxic Lurker. Plague Creeper. Mana 88%. Putrid Wasp. Light Shade. Bottom action button. Interact. Life 85%. Putrid. Toxic Lurker. Toxic Lurker. Putrid Wasp. Bottom action button. Loose Stone. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrels. Ward. Plague Creeper. Mana Toxic Lurker. Mana 86%. Mother's Chosen. Succubus. Vile Fiend. Life 75%. Mother's Disciple. Aldkin, Aflame. Mother's Chosen. Mana 18%. Aldkin, Mother's Chosen. Aldkin. Mana 39%. Orvane. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 99%. Mana 14%, Mana 35%, Mana 55%, Skeleton Archer. Life 64, Skeleton Archer. Life 100%, Mana 100%. Basket. Vengeful Spirit, Vengeful Spirit. Mana 38, Skeleton Captain. Mana 17%. Skeleton Captain. Mana 38%. Skeleton Archer. Life 89%. Skeleton Aldkin. Aflame. Mana 17%. Aldkin. Light Vengeful Spirit. Slain Sailor. Slain Sailor. Bottom action button. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 37%. Contraband. Bottom action button. Pots. Mana 97%. Skeleton Captain. Vengeful Skeleton Captain. Skeleton Archer. Mana 54%. Mana 74%. Skeleton Captain. Mana 90, Skeleton Captain. Mana 74%, Vengeful Spirit. Mana 96%. Mana 31%. Banshee, chest, vengeful spirit. Mana 53%. Drifter's tunic. Caravan under siege. Slay the enemies. Mana 93, vengeful spirit.
Burn that
Mana
back
30,
up. Boy,
vengeful
you're
spirit.
old.
Mana 30,
Baby
speak to the
back
survivors.
ribs.
Mana 51%, survivor. Bottom. Life 50%. Vengeful spirit. Mana 70%, life 46%. Rotting corpse beam. Vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirit. Mana 46%. Life Aldkin. Life 81%. Thundering vengeful spirit. Elite. Mana 24%. Vengeful spirit. Mana 2%. Vengeful rotting corpse beam. Rotting corpse beam. Vengeful spirit. Mana 23. Rotting corpse beam. Rotting corpse beam. Mana 6. Rotting corpse beam. Rotting corpse beam. Life 60%. Rotting corpse beam. Mana 38%. Rotting corpse beam. Mana 50. Banshee. Rotting corpse beam. Mana 35%. Rotting corpse Banshee. Rotting corpse beam. Mana 14%. Vengeful spirit. Mana 34%. Event complete.
You saved my life.
Caravan under siege. Mana 75%. Mana 95%. Radiant chest. Highland vestment. Highland. Strider's link. Chest. Bottom action button. Interact. Aldkin.
Fried
Mana
bird.
74%.
Fried bird.
Pots.
Fry 'em up real
Mana
good.
95%.
Fry 'em up real good.
Light shade. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 73%. Mana 95%. Mana 75. Vengeful spirit. Mana 30. Vengeful spirit. Mana 53%. Loose stone. Mana 74%. Mana 95%. Pilgrim's Cave. Slave, fallen. Just. Flesh, giant. Fallen. Lunatic. Life 44%. Life 55. Life 60. Tortured souls. Life 89%. Fallen. Mana 93%. Flesh Crawler. Tarzan Shockweaver. Elite. Life. Mana 48%. Tarzan Shockweaver. Elite. Life 60. Life 70. Tortured souls. Life 98%. Fallen. Fly swarm. Skittering abomination. Mana 68%. Giant bat. Mana 21%. Flesh ripper. Giant bat. Mana 100%. Tiny healing potion upgrade unlocked. Giant bat. Alt kit. Spawn of Cam. Tortured souls. Mana 57%. Mana 78%. Mana 98%. Flesh, Fiery, Helltide Zealot, Helltide Prophet. Mana, Pestilent Host. Life 8, Snowy Ward, Snowy Ward, Elite. Bloodthirsty Ward, Elite. Mana 53%. Stirring Abomination, Treads. Mana 10, Pestilent Host. Pestilent Host. Mana 52, Lice Swarm. Mana 47%. Mana 67%. Wretched Souls. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 87%. Helltide, Fallen, Helltide Zealot, Sin Eater. Mana 41%. Mana 61%. Mana 81%. Aldkin. Flesh Eater. Event Joy. Insatiable, Fareek's Blood Pulse. Fareek's Blood Pulse, Flesh Crawler. Life 49%, Flesh Crawler. Mana 17%. Flesh Crawler, Aldkin, Flesh Crawler. Life 84%. Flesh Crawler, Flesh Crawler, Flesh Crawler. Life 70%. Flesh Eater. Mana 37%. Flesh Crawler. Flesh Crawler. Mana 100%. Flesh Crawler. Life 60. Flesh Mauler. Flesh Mauler. Fareek's Blood Pulse. Delete. Mana 76%. Mana 96%. Spawn of the Dam. Helltide Zealot. Helltide Zealot. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Ball Road. Spawn of the Dam. Mana 95%. Sin Event complete. Insatiable Hunger. Mana 7, Radiant Chest. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 95%.
I'm just gonna call him Dollar. Bush Dollar.
Helltide Prophet. Mana 75%. Tortured Souls. Chest. Bottom action button. Short Sword. Mana 96%. Putrid, Helltide, Putrid Remains. Putrid Remains. Aldkin. Putrid Remains. Mana 10%. Body Corpse Beam. Life 49%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 31%. Spawn of the Dam. Aldkin. Mana 70. Tortured Souls. Life 85%. Hell's Pier. Bottom action button. Annihilator. Helltide Prophet. Spawn of the Dam. Life 49%. Aldkin. Annihilator. Helltide Prophet. Life 27%. Fallen. Mana 90%. Fallen Overseer. Life 60%. Weejin Hani. Bottom action button. Doomsayer.
The waters
Bottom
run red,
action button.
choking the swamp.
Interact.
A price must be paid. We feel the swamp's anger. How can we serve it? How do we stop the tide of hell?
Dismal foothill. Fallen. Fallen shaman. Fallen. Spawn of the dam. Life 100%. Fallen. Tortured soul. Fallen. Venge. Tortured soul. Ballrobe. Fallen. Ballrobe. Fallen overseer. Alchemy. Aflame. Mana 27%. Tortured soul. Skittering a bump. Skittering. Soul burn. Spike beam. Life 76%. Spike beam. Fallen. Life 66%. Helltide Conjurer. Tortured soul. Spike. Banshee. Mana 63%. Mana 83%. Spike beam. Season wear. Mana 18%. Vengeful spirit. Mana 39%. Mana 60%. Mana 80%. Mana 100%. Life 69. Tortured souls. Life 92%. Spawn of the Damned. Garlic's Ever Shift. Life 6. Spawn of the Damned. Life 46%. Mana 77. Mana 50. Garlic's Ever Shift.
Damn it.
Life. Mana 7. Life 39. Life 51%. Garlic's Ever Shift. Mana 33%. Fallen Overseer. Fallen Overseer. Mana 72. Mana 51%. Fallen. Mana Spike. Life 89%. Vengeful Spirit. Life Crusher. Spike Beam. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 20. Spike Beam. Mana 6. Mana 27%. Mana 50%. Mana 72%. Mana 92%. Sin Eater. Life 54%. Skittering Abomination. Sin Eater. Mana 20. Life 33. Life 45. Life 57%. Sin Eater. Healing well. Bottom action button. Mana 7%. Fallen. Yellowvine. Vengeful Spirit. Healing well. Bottom action button. Mana 28%. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 90%. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Helltide Zealot. Life 46%. Spike Fiend. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Life 45 for Banshee. Mana 46%. Life 46. Effluvium Ridge. Mana 66. Mana 86%. Vengeful Spirit. Effluvium Ridge. Vengeful Spirit. Fallen. Life 60%. Fallen. Life 48%. Life 25%. Shocking Helltide Prophet. Mana 60%. Life 37. Life 50%. Mana 80. Life 72%. Mana 60. Mana 37%. And Soul. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana 13%. Skittering, Fallen, Health, Aldkin, Helltide Zealot, Mana 34%, Skittering Abomination, Fallen, Life, Fallen, Mana 96%, Helltide Prophet. Ward. 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 Life 50, life 70, life 82%. Cinder Shack. Life 59%. Aldkin. Dreadful Skittering Abomination. Dreadful Skittering Abomination. Hellfire Skittering. Putrid Wasp. Bottom action button. Pestilence Host. Life 85%. Fly Swarm. Mana 52%. Lightning-based sorcerers can generate and pick up crackling energy, with Cinder Shack. Mana 100%. Effluvium Ridge. Fallen. 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 Fallen Overseer. Life 73%. Fallen Lunar. Life 100%. Cellar Clear, Chest. Drifter's Tunic, Rudimentary 1. Drifter's Tunic.
Elementary. Elementary.
Sturdy Staff. Effluvium Ridge. Bottom action but, the knockdown status effect prevents enemies from moving or Effluvium Ridge, Cinder Shack entering the Fallen, Soul Burner, Mana 57%, Cinder Shack, Mana 33%, Soul Burner, Spawn of the Dam, Soul Burner, Soul Burner, Soul Burner, Mana 7%, Mana, Life 68%, Mana 48%, Cinder Shack, Fallen, Mana 88%, Fallen, 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 Life 40%, Fallen, Annihilator, Fallen, Dreadful Ball Rope, Bloodthirsty Ball Rope, Tainted Soul Burner, Dreadful Ball Rope, Dreadful Ball Rope, Life 34%, Ball Rope, Ball Rope, Putrid Wasp, Drifter, Iron Step, Club, Life 72, Club, Mana 64%, Mana 84%, Putrid Wasp, Diseased Bear, Skittering Abomination, Mana 61%, Mana 82%, Pestilent Host, Life 59%, Skittering Abomination, Life 37, Skittering Abomination, Pestilent Host, Mana 17%, Ward, Pestilent Host, Fallen, Ward, Fallen Shaman, Fallen, Mana 16%, Life 53, Life 64, Life 70, Mana 37%, Fallen, Mana 77%, Ward, Mana 97%, Skittering Abomination, Fly Swarm, Pestilent Host, Pestilent Host, Pestilent Host, Fly Swarm, Fallen Shaman, Skittering, Life 74%, Fallen, Mana 7%, Helltide Conjurer, Fallen Overseer, Fallen, Shivering Helltide Conjurer, Fallen, Shivering Helltide Conjurer, Relief. Mana 9, Shivering Helltide Conjurer. Helltide Zealot. Life 27%, Helltide Zealot. Minion. Helltide Zealot. Fiery Helltide Zealot. Helltide Prophet. Minion. Life 31%, Helltide Prophet. Minion. Life, Iron Staff. Mana 88%. Fallen Shaman. Tainted Helltide Zealot. Tainted Helltide Zealot. Mana, Tainted Helltide Zealot. Leave. Mana 8, Life 60, Life 70, Pestilent Twist. Life 80, Pestilent Twist. Skittering Abomination, Helltide, Sin Eater. Mana 23%, Helltide Zealot. Helltide Prophet. Delez Puzz Blister. Life 6, Life 50%. Delez Puzz Blister. Drifter's Pet. Drifter's Pet. Life 65, Life 70, Life 89%. Helltide Zealot, Skittering, Helltide Conjure, Helltide Conjure, Ward, Skittering Abomination, Skittering Abomination. Mana 41%. Slice Morph. Mana 18%. Aldkin, Aflame.
He snapped on him.
Mana 39%. Aldkin, Exiting the Helltide. Aldkin. Mana 59%, Mana 79%, Aldkin. Mana 100%. F. Burning Dead Archer. Fallen Looting Fallen. Life 67%. Fallen. Life 56%. Fallen. Burning Dead Archer. This Fallen. Mana 78%. Effluvium Ridge. Mana 99%. Fallen. Life 46%. Fallen. Mana 98%. Life 56%. Life 70%. Life 82%. Wretched Souls. Bottom action button. Interact. Fallen. Burning Dead Captain. Burning Dead Captain. Mana 77%. Doom Saber. Mana 54%. Tortured Gift of Mysteries. Requires 75 cinders. Life 100%. Mana 100%. Sin Eater. Mana 80%. Mana 100%. Effluvium Ridge. Exiting the Helltide. Sabah. Speak with Jelena by the Tree of Whispers. Vengeful Spirit. Life 90%. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 59%. Mana 80%. Mana 100%.
Seems kind of scary.
Fiery Rotting Corpse. Rotting Corpse. Life 50. Rotting Corpse. Mana 56. Putrid Remains. Life, Fiery Rotting Corpse Beam. Mana, Fiery Rotting Corpse Beam. Release. Mana 56%. Putrid Remains. Bloodthirsty Rotting Corpse. Putrid Remains. Bloodthirsty Rotting. Putrid Remains.
Minion.
Mana 30. Dreadful Rotting Corpse Beam. Release. Life 60%.
No.
Dreadful Rotting Corpse Beam. Life 47%. Rotting Corpse Beam. Life 28%, putrid remain, rotting corpse beam. Life 63%, Alden. Mana 31%. Mana 10%, remains, angry burster. Mana 10%, Aldkin. Mana, Strider's Crest, Mana 52, Mana 72%, Mana 92%. Nangary Burster, Nangary Spinner, Nangary Spinner, Slain Villager, Accursed, Bottom Action Button, Life 53%, Nangary Spinner. The Fanged March, Vengeful Spirit, Life 42%, Nangary Spinner, Nangary Oracle. Mana Blue Stone. Tainted Nangary Oracle. Tainted Nangary Oracle. Delete. Nangary Spinner. Altkin. Life 67%. Nangary Spinner. Mana Shivering Nangary Oracle. Life Mana 2%. Mana 22%. Mana 43%. Mana 63%. Mana 80, Life 40%, Aldkin, Nangary Spinner, Life 70%, Nangary Spinner, Mana 41, Mana 20%, Life 48%, Hellcaller Nangary Oracle, Mana 61%, Furious Mana 40%, Plague Swarm, Nangary Burster, Nangary Burster, Life, Nangary Spinner, Nangary Oracle, Dominion, Life 71%, Aldkin, Accursed, Nangary Burster, Shivering Nangary Nangary Spinner, Shivering Nangary Nangary Spinner, Shivering Nangary
Oh my god!
10% equipment durability
Took
when you
my
revive
head
at
off.
checkpoint. Life 100%. Mana 100%. Club. Accursed. Interact. Nangary Longman. Shocking Nangary Oracle. Shocking Nangary Oracle. Shocking Nangary Oracle. Life.
Who is
Striders.
that?
Mana. Life Ring. Life 50. Life 60. Mono. Life 79%. Nangary Oracle. Hellcaller Nangary Oracle. Hellcaller Nangary Oracle. Mana 32%. Nangary Longfang. Life 6. Nangary Longfang. Mana 11%. Nangary Longfang. Ring. Hands. Strider. Aldkin. Healing well. Life 100%. Mana 1. Nangary Spinner. Nangary Longfang. Nangary Longfang. Nangary Longfang. Mana 15%.
Big.
Nangary Oracle. Codec. Mana 35%. Venom Drenched Patch. Accursed. Bottom Action Button. Mana 96%. Nangary. Accursed. Nangary Spinner. Life 55. Nangary Longfang. Nangary Longfang. Nangary Spinner. Mana 30, Life 54, Mana 50, Life 78, Mana 74%, Mana 94%. Scattered Remain, Time Worn.
What is this?
The Swamp of Vanished Souls. Vengeful Spirit. Life 60, Vengeful Spirit. Mana 49%, Languisher. Languisher. Mana 9, Vengeful Spirit. Languisher. Vengeful Spirit. Iron Staff. Mana 6, Mana 20, Life 68, Life 70, Life 91, Mana 67%, Mana 87%. Blue Stone. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Swamp Walker. Swamp Walker. Mana 80, Swamp Walker. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 43%. Accursed. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 22%. Loose, Aldkin, Loose, Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton, Aldkin. Skeleton. Mana 44, Skeleton. Life 63%. Loose Stone. Bottom action button. Mana 87%. Containers. Skeleton. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Captain. Mana 84%. Lightshade. Bottom. Containers. The Tree of Whispers. Coven's Favor. Altar of Witchcraft. Witchcraft. Bottom act. You have reached your destination.
Good. You have come. Quite a sight, yes?
Jelena. The tree.
Fought the creatures of hatred. Yes? We fought them too. Here in the swamps. But in the end, they reached the tree. And then the heads went missing. I have tried to call the Coven every day since I discovered this, but none have yet answered. So, I found you. I will teach you now the witchcraft I promised. Use it to follow what remains of the tree's whispers, and seek the missing heads. Do this, and I will teach more.
Aldkin. Oaths and Deaths.
It is true that
View the
hatred
Coven's favor.
attacked the tree, but I did not feel its presence in that house in Geakul. I felt only pain and fear.
Aldkin. Creature of Hatred. Bottom action button. Creature of hate covered in burns, poison darts, and countless stab wounds. This was a desperate battle. Jelena. Bottom action Jelena, Creature of Hatred. Bottom action button. Interact. You have reached your destination. Altar of Witchcraft. Witchcraft. Unable to sell items to this vendor. 1114 Restless Rot. Aura of Lament. Witch Power. Wave of Fire Bat Servants. Bottom action. Fire Abyssal Resonance. Witch Power. Rank 120th. Eldritch. After spending 250 primary resource, you explode, dealing 106 shadow damage and gaining a stack of Abyssal Resonance for 10 seconds. Wave of Woe. Witch Power. Rank 120th. Eldritch. Your skills launch Wave of Woe when they deal damage. Aura of Lament. Witch Power. Rank 3/20ths. Aura. Psychic. The first time you damage an enemy, you contaminate them with Aura of Lament for 13 seconds. Enemies within are slowed by 70% and each grant you 3 primary resource each second. If assign Aura of Lament. Assign Aura of Lament. Poison Frog Servant. Witch Power. Aura of Lament. Aura of Abyssal. Fire Bat Servants. Assign Fire Bat Servant. Fire Bat Servants. Abyss. Wave of Aura of Lament. Poison Frog Servant. Purging Touch. Wave of Woe. Shaken. Hex of Flames. Assign Hex of Flames. Hex of Flames. Witch Power. Rank 120th. Hex. Twilight Warding. Witch Power. Rank 120th. Psyche. Assign Twilight. Force of Life. Aura of Siphoning. Witch Power. Rank 320. Assign Aura of Siphoning. Piranha. The Cycle. Altar of Witchcraft. Unable to. Altar of Witchcraft. Witchcraft. Unable to sell items to this vendor. 1000. Jelana's Notes. Jelana's, a neatly stacked account of events, observations, and theories, detailed in tight, clean script. Right action button close. Left, Wise Sturt. Abilities. Abilities. Hired, covered in ash. Hits of Aldkins. Storm of Fire. Covered in ash. Covered in ash. Covered in ash. Abilities. Left shoulder button. Right shoulder. Charged. Defensive skills mitigate damage received and increase survivability. Teleport. Frost Nova. Defensive. Frost. Cooldown, 24 seconds. Elemental Attunement. Lucky Hit. Critical strikes have up to a 7% chance to reset the cooldown of one of your defensive skills. Can only happen once every. Energy Focus. You generate a 6-second barrier for 0.5% of your maximum life every second up to 30%. This effect is lost for 5 seconds after losing health. Dampen Layer. You gain 2% damage reduction while you have an active barrier. Defensive. Glass Cannon. You deal 8% increased damage, but take 2% more. Flame Shield. Potent. Fireball. Incinerate. Incinerate. Rank 2/5. Incinerate.
This is starting
Hydra.
to feel like
Conjuration.
home.
Enhance. Familiar. Conjuration. Summon. Charges, 3. Hydra. Conjuration. Pyromancy. Summon. Mana cost, 20. Summon a 3-headed Hydra for 10. Ice Blades. Conjuration. Frost. Summon. Cooldown, 16 seconds. Ice Blades. Lightning Spear. Conjuration. Shock. Summon. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Light. Ice Blades. Rank 1/5. The Tree of Whispers. Torga. Purveyor of Curiosities. Bottom action button. The Swamp of Vanished Souls. Malice. Languisher. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. A venom-drenched path. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Plague Swarm. Barrier, 31%. Plague Swarm. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin, Aflame. Barrier,
That would have been nice
31%.
if it was surrounding
Wise
him.
Sturdy Staff. Barrier, 0%. Conjuration Skills.
I don't think I want that.
Enhanced Ice
Let's
Blades.
see.
Ice Blades' cooldown is reduced by 0. Aldkin. Invoked Ice Blades. You and your Ice Blades gain 10% increased attack speed per active Ice Blades. You may only select one upgrade. Protect. Roaring Ice Blades. 20% of enhanced ice blades' cooldown reduction is applied to your other skills. You may only select one upgrade. Not yet learned. Roaring Ice. Align the Lightning. Prime. Blizzard. Mastery. Meteor. Mastery. Mastery. Pyromancy. Core. Mana cost. Invigorating. Ball lightning. Mastery. Enlighten. Deep freeze. Ultimate. Endless Inferno. Ultimate. Pyromancy. Cooldown. Conjure. Ice blades. Ice blades. Ranked. Hydra. Conjuration. Pyromancy. Summon. Mana cost, 20. Summon a 3-headed Hydra. Invoked Hydra. After you critically enhanced Hydra. While healthy, your casts of Hydra gain 1 additional head. Enhanced, Roaring Hydra. Hydra also burns enemies for an additional 100% of its base damage dealt over 6 seconds. Enhanced Hydra. Enhanced, Roaring Hydra. Roaring Hydra. Precision. Ice Blade. Roaring Ice Blades. Invoked Ice Blades. Enhanced Ice. Enhanced. Invoked Ice Blade. Invoked. Lightning Speed. Static Discharge. Static Map. Blizzard. Mastery. Frost. Core. Mana cost, 40. The Hell Tide has risen in familiar. Conjuration skill. Meteor. Mass. Hydra. Enhanced Hydra. Ice Blades. Ice Blade. Invoke. Ice Blades. Familiar. Blizzard. Icy Veil. Blizzard. Blizzard. Rank 1/5. Mastery. Frost. Core. Mana cost, 40. Call forth a frigid blizzard that deals 46 damage and continually chills enemies for 18% over 8 seconds. Next rank. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Character, Wise Sturdy Staff. Enabled. Currency, Wise Sturdy Staff. Abilities. Enable, Fire, Ice Sharp, Deep Freeze. Ultimate. Blizzard. Rank 1/5. Blizzard. Spark, Ice Blade, Hydra. Rank 1, Ice Blades. Rank 1/5. Conjuration. Ice, Hydra. Ice, Hydra. Rank 1/5. Spark. Hydra, Blizzard. Abilities, Barrier. Barrier, 0%. Scattered Remain. Nangiri Longfang. Nangiri Stick. Nangiri Longfang. Barrier, 29%. Swamp Walker. Barrier, 0. Swamp Walker. Life 29%. Vengeful Spear Crit. Barrier, Loose Stone. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Ring. The Swamp of Vanished Souls. Barrier, 31%. Containers. Barrier, 0%. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Containers. Barrier, 31%. Scattered Grenades. Barrier, 0%. Containers. Mana 81%. Vein. Bottom action button. Barrier,
Fire sword is
31%. Accursed. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Wise Sturdy Jade Claw Grip. Abilities. Clench. Big Sky Ruin. Rare Focus. 162 item power. 14. Vigorous clench impact. Rare glove. Hide gloves. Vigorous covenant form. Hide tunic. Erudite way. Rare staff. Staff. 50 item power. Vigorous regenerating drifters pants. Wise drifters. Hide to wise sturdy staff. Magic staff. 100 hide wise vigorous relic skull. Focus. Vigorous relics staff. Abilities. Left shoulder icy veil. Cold icy veil. Your barriers have an 8% Hydra. Rank 1/5.
The
Enhanced
Hydra is fucking
Roaring
whack.
Hydra. Roaring Enhanced Hydra. Conjure Hydra. Invoke Enhanced Hydra. Rank 1/5. Conjurations. Ice Blades. Conjurations. Lightning Spear. Conjuration. Shock. Primordial Binding. Gain a stacking bonus for each active summon. Mana Shield. Every time. Lightning Spear. Enhanced Lightning Spear. Align the elements. You gain 3% damage reduction against elites for each second you have. Protection. Using a cooldown grants 10% of your maximum life. 4. As a Roaring Ice Blades. 20%. Enhanced Ice Blades. Rank 1/5. Invoked Ice Blades. You and your Ice Blades gain 10% increased attack speed per active Ice Blade. Accursed. Scattered Remains. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Snap Freeze. Blizzard.
That Blizzard is whack.
Blizzard. Snap Freeze. Ice. Hydra. Roaring. Invoked Ice Blades. Hydra. Enhanced Hydra. Precision. Locked. Blizzard. Icy Veil. Your barriers have an 8% increased duration. Cold Front. While you have a barrier active, you apply 8% more chill. Snap Freeze. Lucky Hit. Frost skills have up to a 7% chance to instantly freeze. Blizzard. Enhanced Blizzard. Ice Armor. Ice Armor. Defense. Flame. Teleport. Defensive. Shock. Mobility. Cooldown. Frost Nova. Defensive. Frost. Cooldown, 24 seconds. Unleash a torrent of frost, freezing enemies around you for 3 seconds. Frost Nova. Enhanced Frost Nova. Killing enemies frozen. Mystical Frost Nova. Frost Nova makes enemies vulnerable and increases the damage they take from you by 15% for 4 seconds, increased to 8 seconds against bosses. Shimmering Frost Nova. Frost Nova grants 15% dodge chance for 8 seconds and restores 10% of your maximum. Frost Nova. Enhanced Ice Armor.
Okay.
Barrier, 87%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Character-wise, abilities. Frost Nova. Ice Armor. Defense. Ice Armor. Defensive. Flame Shield. Charged Bolt. Core Skills. Ice Shards. Core. Greater Ice Shards. While you have a barrier active, Ice Shards always receives its bonuses against frozen enemies. Ice Shard. Greater,
What bonuses?
enhanced ice shards. Ice shards have a 50% chance to ricochet to another enemy. Destructive ice shards. Hitting an enemy with 5 ice shards in a single cast makes them vulnerable for 2. Frozen orb.
I may be dead, not vulnerable.
Core skills spend resource to deliver powerful attacks. Frozen orb. Core. Frost. Mana cost, 39. Unleash an orb that chills for 34% and expels piercing shards, dealing a total of 16 damage. Upon expiration, Frozen Orb explodes, dealing 15 damage and chilling enemies for 9%. Frozen Orb.
Alright, maybe.
Basics. Enhanced. Frost Bolt. Basic. Frost. Throw a bolt. Frost Bolt. Enhanced Frost Bolt. Frost Bolt has a 15% chance. Glinting Frost. Enhanced Frost Bolt.
It's good to belong somewhere.
Flickering Frost Bolt. Frost Bolt makes frozen Glinting Frost Bolt. Frost Bolt generates 4 mana when hitting chilled or frozen enemies. You may only select one. Glinting. Enhanced Frost Bolt. Frost Bolt has a 15% chance to explode on chilled enemies. Enhanced Frost Bolt. Spark. Glinting Spark. Spark. Ice Shards. Core. Destruct. Frozen. Enhanced Frozen Orb. While healthy, the explosion of Frozen Orb deals 45%. Destructive Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb's explosion restores 5. Greater Frozen Orb. Greater. Enhanced Frozen Orb. Enhanced Frozen. Barrier, 0%. Mana 31, Mana 4%. Mana 26%, Mana 48%, Mana 69, Barrier, Mana 91%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 31%. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Captain. Skeleton Captain. Mana 94%. Vengeful Spirit. Right, the void. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 80. Vengeful Spirit. Swamp Walker. Life 79%. The Swamp. Furline. Vengeful. Skeleton. Skeleton. Barrier. 31%. Skeleton. Barrier. 0%. Accursed. Skeleton Captain. The Swamp of Vanished Souls. Barrier, 31%. Skeleton Archer. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton. Mana 11. Swamp Walker. Swamp Walker. Barrier. Swamp Walker. Mana 30. Barrier. 0%. Frother. Mana 57%. Frother. Mana 7. Barrier. 31. Mana 50%. Mana 18%. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Mana 6. Mana 28%. Life 90. Mana 49%. Mana 71%. Mana 92%. Barrier. 0%. Banshee. Banshee. Barrier, 27%. Skeleton Archer. Barrier, 0. Mana 93%. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. 25%. Barrier, 0%. Imini Delicious, Elite. Barrier, 31%. Banshee. Barrier, Swamp Walker. Mana 71%, Mana 91%, Aldkin. Skeleton. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 31%. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin. Wise Sturdy Stat Abilities. Hired Mercenary Abilities. Left shoulder button, enable Deep Freeze. Ultimate. Blizzard, Ice Shark, Fire, Frost Bolt, Frozen Orb, Frost Bolt. Rank 1/5. Basic. Frost. Throw a bolt of frost at an enemy, Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb, Frost
I
Bolt.
don't necessarily like the
Abilities.
frozen orb either.
Frozen Orb. Enhanced, Frozen Orb. Course, your Glass Cannon, Frost Nova. Defensive. Frost. Cooldown, 24 seconds. Unleash it. Ice Armor. Defensive. Enhanced Frost Nova. Mystical Frost Nova. Frost Nova makes enemies vulnerable and Shimmering Frost Nova. Frost Nova grants Enhanced Familiar. Conjurations. Devouring Ball Lightning. Mastery. Shock. Core. Crippling. Firewall. Mastery. Pyromancy. Inner Flames. You deal 6% increased damage while Meteor. Mastery. Blizzard. Ball Lightning. Firewall.
I need a firewall.
Rank 1/5. Cold Front. Icy Veil. Mages. Fire. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 60%. Containers. Mana 39%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 61%.
Alright,
Mana
let's say let you
82%.
use that frequently.
Barrier, 31. Mana 61%. Mana barrier. Mana 57%. Mana 79%. Mana 100%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Vault. Firewall. Enable. Firewall. Inferno. Firewall. Firewall. Ice Blade. Firewall. Incinerate. Firebolt. Rank. Ice Blades. Rank 1/5. Conjuration. Frost. Summon. Cooldown.
I just
Firewall.
hope they give me something
Firewall.
for it. I'm about to take this
Wizard.
to my room.
Enhanced
or something.
Firewall. Enemies take 25% increased burning damage from you while standing in Firewall. Mage's Firewall. Enemy. Wizard's Firewall. You gain 5% increased mana regeneration per active. Wizards. Enhanced Fire. Enhanced. Crippling Flames. Lucky Hit. Your pyromancy skills have up to a 7% chance to immobilize enemies for 2 seconds. This chance is doubled while you are healthy. Wizard's Firewall. Wizard's Firewall. Barrier, 31. Drifter's Boots. Mana 91%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 55%. Mana 76%. Barrier,
Ice and
31%.
defense.
Frother. Mana 71. Frother. Mana 90. Languisher. Mana 91%. Wise sturdy staff. Magic staff. 41 item power. Abilities, enable, inferno. Firewall, blizzard, rank, ice blades. Fire, incinerate. Firewall, incinerate. Rank 3/5. Core. Pyromancy. Channeled. Frostbolt, incinerate, spark, spark, firebolt, spark. Frost, fire, spark. Firebolt. Firewall, ice blade, frostbolt. Firewall, abilities. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Ring, lapis ward, ring, rough hewn wand. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 71%, mana 91%. Barrier, 31%. Skeleton. Barrier, vengeful spirit, skeleton, skeleton. Mana 71%.
It's like
Barrier,
opening a present.
vengeful spirit, vengeful spirit. Barrier, 0%, dreadful vengeful spirit. Life 53%. Ring. Barrier, 31%. Sturdy staff. Barrier, 0%. Containers, vengeful spirit, minion, vengeful spirit, containers. Barrier, 31%. Mana 71%, mana 90, right action button, the tree of whispers. Mana 92%. Aldkin. Creek Jelena. Creature of, covered in You have reached Coven's favor. The controller of Dysultanthov. Coven's favor, Coven's favor. Current Coven's favor rank, 1. 2, Tier 2 reward. Coven parcel. Tier 3 reward, Tier 3 reward, Tier 4 reward, Tier 7 reward, Tier 6 reward, Tier 5 reward, Tier 4, Tier 9 reward, Tier 9, Tier 8, Tier 7, Tier 11 reward, Tier 1 reward, Tier 2, Tier 1 reward. Restless Rod, Tier 2 reward. Coven parcel. Altar of Witchcraft. Unable to sell items to this vendor. 1114 Restless Rod. Fire, Shaken, Soul Harvest, Shaken, Hex of Flames. Twilight Warding. Witch Power. Rank 120th, assigned Twilight Warding. Right action, Twilight Warding, Decay, Hex, Aura of Lament. Aura of Mist, Hex of Shattering, Firebat Servants, Abyssal Resonance, Wave of Woe. Assign Wave of Woe. Wave of Woe. Aura of Lament. Assign Aura of Abyssal, assign Abyssal, Fire, assign Fire, Wait, or, Point, assign, Point, Decay, Twilight Warding. Hex of Flames, assign Hex of Flames. Witch Power. Hex of Vengeful Spirit Servant. Altar of Witchcraft. Unable to sell items to this vendor. 1114 Altar of Witchcraft. Unable to sell items to this vendor. 1104. Jelana's notes. Bottom action button. Interact. Realis. The Occultist, Realis. Imprint aspect. Material cost. Imprint aspect. 0 gold. Sky Ruin. Rare focus. 162 item power. Stellar prize. Hide tunic. Vigorous, two-handed. Erudite way. Codex of aspect of accursed touch. Rank 3/20. Aspect of apogeic furor. Rank 14/21. Casting an ultimate. Aspect of creeping death. Rank 2/16. You deal 6% 5.0 to 20.0% increased damage over. Aspect of elements. Rank 13/21. Gain 27% 15 to 35% increased damage to a set of damage types for 7 seconds. This effect alternates between 2 sets. Fire, lightning, and physical. Cold, poison, and shadow. Salvage a legendary item with aspect of elements of higher. Aspect of intercom. Rank 6/17. Deal 8% 5 to 13% increased damage. Triple this bonus after standing still for 3 seconds. Aspect of piercing cold. Rank 1/21. Ice shards pierce 10 times, dealing 4% 4.0 to 10.0% more damage per subsequent enemy hit. Salvage a legendary item with aspect of aspect of the expectant. Aspect of piercing cold. Aspect of the expectant. Rank 6/8. After attacking enemies with a basic skill, increase the damage of your next core skill cast within 5 seconds by 10% 5 to 12%, up to 30%. Blood boiling aspect. Rank 6/16. When your core skills overpower an enemy, aspect of the expectant. Blood boiling aspect of the expectant. Rank 6/8. After attack. Aspect of the expectant. Staff. Legend. Material cost. Attention. Material cost. Imprint aspect. 0 gold. Wise. Jade cloth. Profile. Wardrobe. Torso. Neck. Torso. Head. Leg. Feet. Two-handed. Equipped. Glorious staff of the expectant. Legendary staff. Left shoulder but Aldkin. Bottom action. Left shoulder but strong. Bottom action. Nahantu. Headhunt. Directional pad right. Keji stand. Whisper. Ishari sanctum. Whisper. Keji stand. Stash. Wardrobe. Heal. Undiscovered. Waypoint. Alternate. Lair bosses, found in torment difficulties, drop build changing unique equipment. They will rarely also drop mythic unique equipment, which is exceptionally powerful. Decal. Decal. Waypoint. Bottom action button. Interact.
I know I gotta get out of that damn tree place where I fucking bore myself to death.
Pale Sands. Barrier, 31%. Central Plateau. Scorpion. Mana 91%. Scorpion. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, life 60, life 70, life 88%. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Barrier, 31%. Mother's chosen. Barrier, 0%. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Containers. Mana 91%. Mother's disciple. Mother's chosen. Baldkin, a flame. Mana 47%. Mana 68%. Mother's chosen. Barrier, Hellion. Mother's chosen. Slain minor. Barrier, 0%. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mana 1%. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mana 63%. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Mana 85%. Hellion. Life 78%. Fallen Overseer. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin. Barrier, 31%. Hitlord. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Southern Expanse. Barrier, 0%. Fly Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 36%. Barrier, 0%. Defiled Ground. Slay the Channel, Aldkin. Spawn of the Dam. Barrier, 36%. Sin Eater. Barrier, 0%. Sin Eater. Slay the channelers to disrupt their ritual. Barrier, 6%. Soul Burner. Barrier, 0%. Sin Eater. Demonic Corruption. Slay Village. Spawn of the Dam. Sin Eater. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Barrier, 0%. Soul Burner. Life 44%. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Barrier, Soul Burner. Mana, Sin Eater. Barrier, Spawn of the Dam. Mana 82%. Spawn of the Dam. Bowman, Spawn of the Dam. Mana 60%. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Barrier, Sin Eater. Mana 61%. Life 29%. Slain Villager. Life 63%. Sin Eater. Barrier, 0%. Vengeful Fleet. Slain Village. Cover. Bludgeon. Greater Radiant Chest. Bludgeon. Barrier, 36%. Barrier, 0%. Bludgeon. Ironwood Club. Bludgeon. Barrier, 36%. Mana 50. Barrier, 0%. The Traveler. We're safe now. Mana 86%.
I was stung, but please don't leave me behind.
Leave you? I'm a man of my word. If you die in the sand, it will be because I died first.
Aldkin. Barrier, 36%. Scorched Stinger. Scorched Stinger. Mana 40. Mana 67%. Mana 88%. Barrier, 36%. Southern Gate. Dawn of the Dam. Barrier, 0%. The
Come
Traveler.
on, let's move.
Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 36%. Barrier, 0%.
No
Edgar.
sign of us.
Looks like we're clear.
So we are. I'm obliged for your help, Wanderer. My name is Edgar. Your face is familiar to me. A wanted poster, maybe? It's no matter. I owe you a drink, whatever your story is. I must get these people to shelter. If you chance to be in Gaea Cool one day, you might find me at the tavern there. Light guide your path.
Life 1, level 15. Barrier, 36%. Barrier, 0%. Central quest complete. An errant flock. 9,689 XP. Barrier, 36%. Region progress rewards earned. Keji stat. Barrier, 0%. Acts of Atonement. Speak with Edgar. Barrier, 31%. Mother's Disciple. Mother's Chosen. Mana 66%. Mana 88%. Conclave. Bottom action but, the fear status effect prevents enemies from moving or taking action and causes the affected target to run away. Liturgy Chamber. Central Plateau. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 31%. Mother's Chosen. Barrier, 0. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mana 43%. Mother's Disciple. Mother's Herald. Mana 86%. Mother's Chosen. Life 90. Mother's Chosen. Mana 66%. Mana 86%. Mother's Herald. Barrier, 31%. Drifter, Mana 25%. Drifters, Mana 3%. Mana 24%. Ring. Barrier, Containers. Mana 45%. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mana 21%. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Barrier. Mother's Chosen. Mana Barrier. 0%. Mana 62%. Aldkin. Mana 83%. Mother's Chosen. Barrier. 31%. Mother's Chosen. Barrier. 0%. Mother's Disciple. Life 68%. Brave Mother's Chosen. Elite. Barrier. 31%. Mother's Disciple. Barrier. 0%. Mother's Chosen. Life 56%. Mother's Chosen. Life 40. Mother's Disciple. Weathered Staff. Mana 60. Mana 85. Mother's Chosen. Life 82%. Barrier. 31%. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Barrel. Mana 46% provisions. Barrier. 31%. Mana 48%. Barrier. 0. Mana 91%. Mother's Chosen. Mana 70%. Mana 92%. Mother's Chosen. Barrier. 31%. Sanguine Channel. Mother's Chosen. Barrier. 0%. Strider's Crown. Barrier. 31%. Door. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 31%. Striders. Barrier. 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Mother's chosen. Mana 7, Mother's Herald. Mother's chosen, Sanguine Channel. Barrier, all flame. Mother's Herald. Barrier, Mother's chosen, Mother's chosen. Life 88%. Mother's Herald. Mana 52%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 72%. Mana 93%. Aldkin. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Strider's Barrier, 31%. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Fly Swarm. Mana 29. Fly Swarm. Mana not. Fly Swarm. Barrier, Containers. Mana 50. Barrier. Mana 73%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 95%. Containers. Mana 73%. Mana 95%. Fly Swarm. Mana 71%. Mana 50%. Skittering Abomination. Mana Barrier. Containers. Mana 49%. Containers. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Mana 8%. Fly Swarm. Pestilent Hook. Fly Swarm. Mana 74%. Pestilent Hook. Barrier. Fly Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Life 57%. Pestilent Hook. Fly Swarm. Mana 90. Mana 72%. Mana 52%. Fly Swarm. Mana 32%. Fly Swarm. Mana 75%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 6 Provisions. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 55%. Aldkin, Aflame. Skittering Abomination. Mana 14%. Life 47%. Life 60%. Aldkin, Aflame. Life 83. Barrier, 31%. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Mana 56%. Mana 100%. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 51%. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 0%. Slain Villager. Fly Swarm. Mana 78%. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Mana 37%. Mana 59%. Aldkin. Mana 80%. Barrier, 31%. Containers. Fly Swarm. Barrier, Pestilent Hooks. Mana 39%. Mana 60%. Mana 8. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Containers. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 31%. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Mana 65. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Fly Swarm. Laboratory Door.
Locked.
Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 31%. Skittering Abomination. Containers. Mana 80%. Fly Swarm. Barrier, 31%. Mana 80. Skittering Abomination. Mana 38%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 18%. Fly Swarm. Barrier, 31%. Alton, Flame. Barrier, 0%.
Psycho bleed.
Rondel, Aldkin, Aflame. Barrier, 31%. Mana 38%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 15%. Skittering Abomination. Aldkin. Mana 58%. Provision. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Mana 100%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 78%. Skittering Aldkin. Mana 57%. Fly Swarm. Barrier 31%. Fly Swarm. Barrier. Fly Swarm. Mana 59%. Mana 79%. Fly Swarm. Barrier. 30%. Mana Skittering Abomination. Barrier. Mana 100%. Amulet. Barrier. 31%. Barrier. 0%. Painted Skittering Abomination. Fly Swarm. Life 59%. Snowy Skittering Abomination. Alter. Barrier. Mana 37%. Mana 58%. Slain Villager. Mana 80%. Life 48%. Use the laboratory key to open the laboratory door. Life 88%. Barrier. 0%. World boss spawning soon in Hazar. Barrier. 31%. Provisions. Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 31%. Barrier. 0%. Laboratory door. Mothers chosen. Barrier. 30. Mothers chosen. Barrier. 0%. Mother's disciple. Provisions. Mana 100%. Provisions. Mana 80%. Mana 100%. Infested laboratory. Barrier. 0%. Containers. Mana 80. Mothers chosen. Mana 1. Mothers chosen. Pestilent Host. Mana 17. Fly Swarm. Fly Swarm. Alton. Aflame. Mana 13%. Healing Well. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Mother's Disciple. Mother's Chosen. Life 89%. Thundering Pestilence. Mother. Wretched Skittering Abomination. Thundering Skittering Abomination. Elite. Aldkin. Barrier. 0 ring. Mana 65. Thundering Pestilent Host. Fly Swarm. Pestilent Host. Pestilent Host. Fly Swarm. Mother's Choke. Fly Swarm. Skittering Abomination. Life 58%. Skittering Abomination. Mother's Choke. Mother's Chosen. Barrier. 31%. Fly Swarm. Mother's Disciple. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Choke. Pestilent Host. Mana 1. Aldkin. Fly Swarm. Mana 78%. Mana 55%. Artillery Shrine. Mana 98%. Fallen. Ice Clan Indian. Mana 39. Ice Clan Shaman. Mana 59%. Mana 39%. Succubus. Mana 18%. Oppressor. Succubus. Mana 60. Oppressor. Mana 80. Succubus. Barrier. 0%. Oppressor. Succubus. Oppressor. Oppressor. Succubus. Mana 20 oppressor. Mana 45%, life 64 oppressor. Oppressor. Mana 27%. Life 8 oppressor. Mana 6% oppressor. Barrier 0%. Alter oppressor. Oppressor. Mana 26 oppressor. Barrier. Water oppressor. Oppressor. Life 100%. Mana 100%. Event complete. Aldkin. Barrier 31%. Greater Radiant Chest. Barrier 0%. Containers. Chest. Barrier 31%. Barrier 0%. Slice. Pestilence. Alt. Mother's Chosen. Barrier 31%. Skittering Abomination. Barrier 0%. Mother's Disciple. Mana 80%. Skittering Abomination. Barrier 31%. Fly Swarm. Mother's Chosen. Mana 78%. Chest. Mana 100%. Mother's Chosen. Barrier 31%. Barrier 0%. Container. Mother's Chosen. Barrier 31%. Containers. Barrier 0. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Shivering Ashichi plus Blister. Dungeon Scrimshaw Bat. Life. Mana 48%. Mana 69%. Mana 91%. Provisions. Barrier 31%. Provisions. Barrier 0%. Ailrun Thunder Dancer. Elite. Ailrun Thunder Dancer. Elite. Barrier 31%.
I like all
Hell.
these.
Drifters. Barrier 0%. Jade Claw Grip. Gloves. 50. Wise Sturdy. Wise Regenerating Drip. Barrier 31%. Barrier 0%. Dragon Staff. Jade Claw Grip. Drifter's Helm. Jade Claw Grip. Carrot. Flamethrower. Apprentice's Wand. Apprentice's Wand. Barrier 30. Barrier 0%. Jade Claw Grip. Eluding Boneweave Helm. Legendary Helm. 225 item power. 30. Flamethrowers Intertwined Thorn. Legendary Ring.
Oh.
222 item power. Apprentice Barrier 31%. Mana 71%.
That's hard. Yeah.
Barrier
Now we
0%.
talking. Now we talking.
Mana 71%. Barrier 31%. Apprentice Barrier Augur. Mana 91%. Contain Augur. Barrier 31%. Nesting Grounds. Wanderer's Boot. Barrier 0%. Life 56, Life 68, Life 80, Barrier 31%. Left shoulder Keji Aldkin. Barrier 0%. Season of the Malignant. Ends April 29, 2025. Season, Vow of the Smoke, Exalted Witch, Scepter of the Black Masquerade. Cosmetic Mace. Supported classes. Left shoulder button, black Vow of Exalted, worthy of respect. Smold, Wand of the Exalted Witch. Cosmetic Wand. Supported classes. Sorcerer.
Oh, that's
Necromancer. Left shoulder but, jewel, black, smoldering ash, staff of the exalted witch, right, staff of the exalted witch. Cosmetic staff. Left shoulder, exalt, reaper, smold, worthy of, reaper of the exalted witch. Black map, path of forked tongues. Town portal, black, spear, exalted, spear of the exalted witch. Cosmetic polyarm. Supported classes. Druid. Barbarian. Premium battle pass required. Left shoulder, exalt, arbalest, crook of, cotter, crook of the exalted witch. Jaws of the, claymore of the, white, explore battle pass, season journey, world map. Conclave. Find a party. Right shoulder button. Keji stand. Directional dungeon. Deserted underpass. A threat lurks in caves under the directional pad right. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Side quest. Axe of Central Plateau, barrier, 31%. Aldkin. Tortured gifts in Helltide can drop baneful hearts to summon the Blood Maiden. Central Plateau, Conclave. Mother's Italian. Mother's Chosen. Mana 71, Mother's Chosen. Mana 49%. Mother's Chosen. Mana 92%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mother's Chosen. Mana 50%. Mana 72%. Mana 93%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. World boss spawning soon in Hazard. Barrier, 31%. World boss spawning soon in Hazard. Axe of Atonement. Barrier, 0%. Skittering Abomination. Monas, Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 40%. Fly Swarm. Barrier, Fly Swarm. Mana 31%, base. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 40%, mana 96%. Deserted Underpath. The tether status effect prevents enemies from walking out from inside of its radius. It can be removed through unstoppable or immune effects. Webbed Caverns, Southern Expanse. Bottom action button. Barrier, 0%. Barrel. Plague Creeper. Seer Roller. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 52%. Toxic Lurker. Barrier. Plague Creeper. Toxic Lurker. Mana 73%. Plague Creeper. Toxic Lurker. Mana 52%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 73%. Mana 95%. Plague Creeper. Mana 70. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 53%. Mana 95. Toxic Lurker. Barrier, 0%. Toxic Lurker. Plague, Toxic Lurker. Toxic. Plague Creeper. Barrier. Toxic Lurker. Barrier. Plague Creeper. Mana 94%. Seer Order 14. Arachnid Horror. Plague Creeper. Toxic Lurker. Plague Creeper. Sturdy Tunic. Barrier. 0%. Plague Creeper. Mana 0%. Toxic Lurker. Aldkin. Barrier, 54%. Toxic Lurker. Barrier, 0%. Alt. Mana 40, mana 66%. Toxic Lurker. Barrier, 54%. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 0, life 43%, life 33%. Plague Creeper. Toxic Lurker. Barrier, 54%. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 0%. Plague Creeper. Mana 67%. Plague Creeper. Mana 27%. Plague Creeper. Mana 49%. Barrier, 0, mana 50%. Plague Creeper. Minion. Mana Barrier, 54%. Plague
Don't think
Creeper.
I like this.
Plague Creeper. Lapis Ward. Mana 30, life 12%, barrier, mana 6 barrels. Plague Creeper, Plague Creeper, Plague Creeper. Mana Toxic Lurker. Plague Creeper. Mana 22%, Plague Creeper. Mana Barrier, 50, Plague Creeper. Mana 87%, Toxic Lurker. Barrier, 0%. Plague Creeper. Mana 6, mana 87%. Lost Pack. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 54%. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. The Hell Tide has risen in multiple territories. Lost Pack. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 54%. Kovat the Virulent. Delete. Barrier, 0%. Barrier has been dispelled. Travel to the Slithering Grounds. Barrier, 54%. Barrier, 0%. Right action button. To climb up. Mana 91%. Right action button. Barrels. Barrier, 54%. Nang Egg Sac. Mana 71. Nangari Rupturer. Mana 91. Nangari Rattlejaw. Mana 69%. Egg Sac. Mana 90%. Nangari Sand Scale. Nangari Sand Scale. Mana 70%. Egg Sac. Mana 90%. Nangari Sand Scale. Mana 68%. Mana 89%. Nangari Bloodthirsty Nangari Sand. Barrier, 23%. Mana 65%. Barrel, Aldkin, Plague Creeper. Barrier, 54%. Barrier, 0%. Nangari Sand Scale. War Device. Mana 60, Nangari Sand Scale. Mana 20%. Mana 4, Life 90, Mana 64%. Mana 86%. Barrier, 54%. Nangari Sand Scale. Barrier, 0%. Toxic Lurker. Barrier, 53%. Plague, Nangari Sand Scale. Nangari Rattlejaw. Nangari Rupturer. Nangari Sand. Painted Nangari Sand Scale. Mirroring Nangari Seer. Barrier, 54%. Painted Nangari Seer. Elite. Life 54, Life 60, Egg Sac. Life 77%. Toxic Lurker, Nangari Seer. Mana 84%. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 0%. Nangari Sand Scale. Nangari Sand Scale. Nangari Sand Scale. Nangari Sand Scale. Mana 45, Mana 66%. Mana 88%. Egg sac. Toxic lurk. Nangary seer. Nangary sand scale. Nangary sand scale. War device. Elite war device. Mana 9. Aflame. Mana 71%. Plague creeper. Barrier. 50 barrels. Mod barrier. 0%. Nangary sand scale. Aldkin. Barrel. Barrel. Barrier. 54%. Aldkin. Nangary rupture. Mana 65%. Armidal frostbite. Skeleton archer. Aldkin. Barrier. 54%. Aldkin. Mana 40. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Drip. Mana 87%. Manual. Barrier. 54%. Wise shock finesse. Recipe learned. Barrier. 0%. Wise high tune. Big staff. Covenant. Vigorous fiendish bullet. Nangary sand scale. Barrier. Nangary sand scale. Barrier. 0%. Bloodthirsty Nangary seer. Elite. Barrier. Mana 67%. Nangary rupture. Mana 87%. Saucy Rainmaker. Saucy Rainmaker. Mana 20. Barrier. Mana 42%. Mana 63%. Barrels. Barrier. 0%. Nangary sand scale. Barrier. 54%. Mana 84%. Barrier. 0%. Arachnid. Toxic lurker. Life 73%. Aldkin. Aflame. Nangary rupture. Toxic lurker. Mana 16%. Nangary sand scale. Mana 36%. Nangary rabbit bug. Mana 15%. Healing well. Aldkin. Aflame. Life 89%. Aldkin. Life 77%. Barrier. 54%. Barrier. 0%. Southern Expanse. Barrier. 54%. Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Lightning-based sorcerers can generate. Southern Expand. Aldkin. Barrier. 31%. Deserted Underpass. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier. 0%. Adept M. Wise Leathered. Hide. Vigorous Broadsword. Magic Sword. 151 item power. 14 damage per second, minus 15. 10 to 16 damage per hit. 1.10 attacks per second, fast. Plus 3.6% critical strike damage. Plus 4 maximum life. Empty socket. Requires level 13. Sell value, 683 gold. Durability, 100/100. Bottom action button, Coven initiate cache. Vigorous sturdy staff. Vigorous club. Vigorous sturdy staff. Magic staff. 149 item power. Vigorous wise puja. Strider's ferocious short sword. Magic sword. 56 item power. 9 damage per second, minus. Left shoulder button. Omathas Redoubt. The stench of death and decay lingers heavily over this Aldkin.
I'm looking for it.
Barrier, 31%. Life 87. Life 99%. World boss spawning soon in Hazar. Barrier, 0%. Containers. Barrier, 40%. Mother's chosen. Barrier, 0%. Containers. Containers. Mana 100%. Barrier, 40%. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mana 36%. Mother's disciple. Mother's disciple. Mother's chosen. Mana
Looks like a
99%.
nice little pit to fucking
Scattered
go down.
remains.
It's like
Bottom
opening a
action
present.
button. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 40%. Mother's Herald. Mother's disciple. Fallen overseer. Mother's herald. Mana 56%. Mother's disciple. Mother's disciple. Mana 98%. Mother's herald. Mana 76. Mana 97%. Mother's chosen. Bloodthirsty. Mother's barrier. 40%. Mana 36%. Shattering Mother's disciple. Aldkin. Aflame. Mana 56%. Mana 77%. Aldkin. Aflame. Mana 97%. Liberation. Enter Shrine of Terror. Barrier, 0%. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mana 35%. Mother's chosen. Mana 35%. Mana 56%. Mana 77%. Bound prisoner. Bottom action button. Barrier, 40%. Bound prisoner. Bottom action button. Fallen over. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Mana 58%. Mother's chosen. Baskets. Mana 79%. Aldkin. Mana 100%. Mother's chosen. Mother's disciple. Lesser one. Mana lesser one. Mana 100%. Containers. Mother's chosen. Barrier, 0%. Mother's disciple. Life 54%. Mother's disciple. Barrier, 40%. Mother's chosen. Mother's disciple. Barrier, 0%. Mother's disciple. Mana 100%.
You there!
All
Please, help!
Barrier, 40%. Bound
Wouldn't
prisoner.
have made it without you.
Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier. Mother's chosen. Mother's chosen. Right action button. To climb up. Rubble. Barrier. 40%. Mother's chosen. Barrier. 0%. Mother's chosen. Mana 88%. Right action button. Aldkin. Aflame. Barrier. 40%. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Central Plateau. Aldkin. Scattered remain. Mother's chosen. Mana 67%. Infernal Sister. Barrier. 0%. Mother's chosen. Mother's disciple. Barrier. 40%. Baskets. Barrier. 0%. Liberation. Free the captives. 1. Thundering Infernal Sister. Mana 69%. Ruin. Dreadful Wardens. Delete. Mana 91%. Ruin Maw. Minion. Mana 91. Life Barrier. Life 51. Life 63%. Scattered Remains. Barrier. 0%. Left shoulder button. Right event. Barrier. 40%. Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Marksman. Hawkins Oasis. Moon Clan Mauler. Knight, Dreadful Moon Clan Mauler. Stronghold nearby. Omathas Redoubt. Omathas Redoubt. Omathas Redoubt. Aldkin. Right action button. Right action button, healing well. Bottom action button, Aldkin. Shambling Corpse. Mana 70%, barrier, 31%. Shambling, Slain Pidgey Stat. Mana 49%. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 9%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier, 31%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 31%. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful
Masonry stained with
Banshee.
residual magics.
Mana
The
96%.
aftermath of an arcade.
Max Banshee. Mana 53%. Mana 75%. Mana 96%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier, 31%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier, 0%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Banshee. Barrier, 31%. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 0%. Banshee. Banshee. Lot, barrier, 31%. Banshee. Vengeful Spirit. Mana, Slain Pidgey Stanny. Life 61%. Signs of battle litter the keep's grounds, yet some of these corpses show no obvious battle wound. Barrier, 31%. Vengeful Spirit. Banshee. Vengeful Spirit. Enemy or Frost. Life 57%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 9%. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 31%. Slain Pidgey Stanny. Bottom action button. Barrier, 31%. The violence here seems like it was indiscriminate. Zakaru, Aldkin. Barrier, 0% Mana 100. Banshee. Mana 80. Brightest Razor Pulse. Barrier, Vengeful Spirit. Mana 16%. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 59%. Mana 80%. Mana 100%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Slain Pidgey's Crumbling Leaflet. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0. Mana 58%. Rusted, this blade is thrust deep into the stonework, far deeper than any normal person could manage. What could have created such a massive force? Right action button, Mana 100%. Andrew Gold Crawler. Slain Pidgey Stat, Andrew Gold Crawler. Life Sick Aldkin, Flame. Mana 11%. Slain Pidgey Stanny. Bottom action, Ring. Mana 32%. Barrier, 0. Mana 52. Life 17. Life 91%. Slain Pidgey Stanny. Interact. Barrier, 31. Mana 93%. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Ceremonial Staff.
A memory?
Bottom action button.
The walls are breached!
Interact. Barrier,
This is madness.
31%.
We will not survive.
Barrier,
We'll
0%.
sacrifice ourselves before our home.
Barrier, 31%. High Priestess Hither. Slay High Priestess Hither. Life 80%. Mana 73%. Skeleton Corpse. Mana 94. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Skeleton Captain. Skeleton Captain. Mana 93%. Skeleton Captain. Barrier, life 7, life 83%. High Priestess Hither. Mana 92%. Life 63%. Mana 71%. Barrier, High Priestess Hither. Mana 92%. Barrier, 0%. Skeleton. Skeleton. 25%. Alden. Barrier, Skeleton Corpseman. Life 50, Skeleton Archer. Mana 70, Skeleton Captain. Life, Skeleton Corpse Hats. Life 70%. Skeleton. Mana 72%. High Priestess Hitter. High Priestess Hitter. Barrier, life 100%. Left, Amulet. Alt, Irons, Highland Circlet, Ring. Alt, Amulet. Barrier, 31%. Aldkin. Adept, Jade Claw, Vigorous Jade Claw Grip. Barrier, 0%. Of, Pentaforged Seal of Splintering Energy. Legendary Amulet. 237 item power. Plus 9.9% resistance to all elements. Plus 6 maximum life. Plus 1 mana on kill. Plus 5.5% damage. Critical hits with lightning spear cause the spear to arc to the target and up to 5 other enemies. This damage is increased by 96% of your critical strike damage bonus. Barrier, 31%. Slain Keji Stanny. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Jade Claw Grip. Barrier, 0%. Wanderer's Shrine. Level 20. Omatha's Redoubt. 1/1. Barrier, 39%. Stronghold Conquered. Omatha. Barrier, 0%. Minor Healing Potion Upgrade Unlocked. Mana 50%. Barrier, 39. Mana 30%. Left shoulder button. Barrier, 0%. Mana 83%. Season of Witchcraft. Premium Battle Pass inactive. Right trigger. Learn about Season Vow of Smoldering. Scepter of the Black Masquerade. Cosmetic Maze. Skoskalan. Trials are not available this season. Party Finder. Join a clan. Right action button closed. Normal. Aldkin. Summary. Challenge. Citadel. 0%. 0%. Class. Strong. Snake Slayer. Zombie. Snake. Ghost. Act. Deep. Goat. Agent of Thieves. Goatman Destroy. Demon. Axe of. Ghost. Proficient. Stronghold Hero. Completed. March. Crash and Burn. Completed. Zombie Destroyer. Snake Slayer. Proficient Variana. Ghost Destroyer. Axe of Atonement. Demon Destroyer. Goatman Destroyer. Agent of Thieves. Aldkin. Barrier, 39%. Reward unlocked. Challenge. Reward. Barrier, 0%. Left shoulder button. Nahantu. Keji Stan. Nahantu. Dungeon. Forge of Malice. The fires of hatred continue to burn in this hidden refuge. Rewards. Rewarded on first completion. Rebounding aspect. Quill Volley's feathers explode at their apex and return to where they were cast, both dealing 35% of their normal damage. Spirit Born. Directional pad right. Aldkin. Scrapper. Aldkin. Marksman. Scrapper. Marksman. Mana 6 Marksman. Savage Beast. Mana 19%. Barrier, 39%. Barrier, 0%. World boss spawning soon in Hazard. Moon Clan Impale. Mana 62%. Moon Clan Shaman. Moon Clan Manic. Moon Clan Marauder. Skittering Abomination. Mana 38%.
What is this?
Mana 83%. Moon. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 31%. Moon Clan Marauder. Moon Clan Shaman. Mana 60%. Mana 81%. Moon, Slain Built. Moon Clan Impaler. Barrier, Moon Clan Mauler. Moon Clan Skittering Abomination. Moon Clan Mauler. Mana 38%. Mana 60%. Mana 81%. Barrier, 31%. Slain Villager. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. The Sunless Hold. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 0%. Helltide Problem. Shocking Helltide Zealot. Helltide Zealot. Cauterized Cenobite. Cull Demons. Barrier, Helltide Problem. Narich Fester Pool. Life 29%. Narich Fester Pool.
Damn.
You will lose 10% equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint. Life 100%. Aldkin. Narich Fester Pool. Narich Fester Cauterized. Narich Fester Suck. Fallen. Corpse Winder. Fallen. Fly Swarm. Life 50%. Narich Fester Pool. Narich Fester Seared Producer. Life 40. Life 50. Slay Harbingers. Fallen. Cull Demon. Aldkin. A Flame. Mana 22%. Barrier. Mana 42%. Mana 62%. Barrier, Mana 82%. Corpse Winder. Barrier, 0%. Skittering Abomination. Corpse Winder. Mana 39. Cull Demons. Mana 60%. Barrier, 31%. Mana 80. Fly Swarm. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Chimiwamu. Barrier, 0%. S. Orchards. Spider. SP. Spider. Helltide Zealot. Mana 39%. Barrier, Mana 61%. Skittering Abomination. Mana 82%. SPID Erling. Barrier, 31%. Fly Swarm. Barrier, 0%. Foliolator. Life 81%. Rise Firebrand. Cull Demons. 17/ Barrier, 31%. Slay. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. SPID Erling. Barrier, 31%. Subject. Barrier, 0. Mana 83%. Subject. Mana 40%. Barrier, 31%. Mana 61%. Accumulator. Barrier, 0%. Stony Skittering Abomination. SPID. Fiery Skittering Abomination. Shocking Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 31. Shocking Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 0%. Frother. Obsidian Staff. Mana 39%. Aldkin. Mana 82%. SPID Hurling. Barrier, 0%. Malice. Spider. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Fallen Lunatic. Barrier, 31%. Sucker. Fly Swarm. Mana 38%. Mana 60%. Mana 82%. Helltide Prophet. Dawn of the Damned. Barrier, 31%. Dawn of the Damned. Barrier, 0%. Helltide Prophet. Mana 13%. Foliolator. Barrier, 0%. Mana 33%. Frother. Barrier, 30. Helltide Conjurer. Barrier, 0%. Spider. Aldkin. Mana 76. Barrier. Mana 98%. Fallen. Mana SPID Early. Helltide Zealot. Spider. Fallen. Life 5th. Wretched Fallen Overseer. Ring. Mana 51%. Spider Host. Barrier. Later. Barrier. Mana 30%. Later. Sucker. Mana 9%. Sucker. Mana 31%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 52%. Mana 73%. Mana 95%. SPID Lily. Barrier, 31%. Fallen Overseer. Mana 74%. Spider. Sucker. Frog. Sucker. Life 96%. SPID Barrier, 0%. Rider Post. Flame. Mana 10%. SPID Early. Barrier, SPID Early. Life 6. Zerazur Duplicate. Delete. Mana 81%. Wretched Spider. Barrier. Mana 60. Mana 40%. Wretched Souls. Alston. Mana 81%. Barrier. 31%. Cull Demons. Barrier. 0%. Life 53%. Life 63%. Rhythmic. Spawn of the Damned. Cull Demons. Right action button. Barrier. 31%. Right action button. Barrier, 0%. Rhythm Cull Demons. SPID Early. Barrier, 31%. Spider. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier,
I like this.
Wretched Fallen. Mana 40%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 60, Skittering Abomination. Mana 19%. Sucker. Barrier, 31%. Spider. Mana 9, Alt. Mana 60, Mana 81%. Spawn of the Damned. Barrier, 31%. Spawn of the Damned. Barrier, Life 68%. Sucker. Mana 38%. Sucker. Mana 37%. Mana 59%. Helltide Prophet. Barrier, 0%. Sorry for Thief. Null Demons. Mana Slay Harbingers. Forced Barrier, 31. Mana 58%. Mana 80%. Mana 100%. Blighted Verge. Witsao Baisuk. Barrier, 31%. Blighted Verge. Barrier, 0%. Spawn of the Damned. Mana 78%. Spider Forest. Mana 100. Aldkin. Barrier, 31%. Fallen. Spider. Mana 36%. Mana 58%. Mana 79%. SPID Erling. Mana Aldkin. Mana 83%. Fallen. Sucker. Fallen Overseer. Aldkin. Aflame. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin. SPID Erling. Mana 40%. Cheat Aldkin. Aflame. SPID Erling. Mana 60%. Spider. Barrier, 0%. Skittering Vomit. SPID Erling. Mana 17%. Spider. Mana 59%. Life. Wretched Souls. Doom Saber. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Vera's Duplicate. Level 21. +1, skill point. Barrier, 30. Whisper Silence. Slay Harbingers. Barrier, 0%. Orvane, SPID Erling. Forge of Malice. Barrier, SPID Erling. Spider. Barrier, Mana 76%. Spawn of the Damned. SPID Erling. Mana 52%. Barrier, 31%. Blood Swarm. Cold Spawn of the Damned. Mana 70%. Skittering Abomination. Helltide Conjurer. Spider Host. Mana 20. SPID Erling. Spider. Mana 94%. Forge of Malice. Bottom action. Tempered affixes at the cost of tempering durability. Items without tempering durability cannot be retempered further. Deep Recess. Chi Shem Crucible. Bottom action button. Interact. Forge of Malice. Explore Forge of Malice and slay the Night Council. Mana 95%. Shivering Corpse Winder. Hellcaller Corpse Winder. Delete. Striders, Mana 30%. Striders Tunic. Barrier, Mana 29%. Mana 51%. Stinging Swarm. Corpse Winder. Mana Scourge. Barrier, 31%. Seared Traducer. Barrier, 0%. Seared Traducer. Mana 75%. Sturdy Pet. Barrier, 31%. Mana 97%. Aldkin. Aflame. Barrier. Scorch Stinger. Aldkin. Aflame. Mana 9%. Enkindled Pyre. Elite. Aldkin. Aflame. Enkindled Pyre. Elite. Mana 32%. Mana 54%. Seared Traducer. Captain Hillheart. Razorballs, Elite. Barrier, 0, Mana 54%, Mana 76%, Amulet, Mana 97%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Stinging Swarm, Mana 98%. Giant Bat, Mana 56%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 99%. Scorch Stinger, Stinging Swarm, Mana 56%. Scorch Stinger, Mana Scorched Vigor, Mana 35, Saphion Duplicious, Mana 76%. Saphion Duplicious, Mana 55%. Scorched Armsman, Elite. Barrier, Scorched Stinger, Life Set, Scorched Armsman, Elite. Seared Traducer, Mana 34%. Mana 13%, Scorched Armsman, Elite. Life 48%. Cudgel. Aldkin. Mana 56%. Mana 100%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 78%. Corpse Winder. Mana 50. Giant Bat. Mana. Barrier, 31. Mana 79%. Mana 100%. Barrier, 0%. Giant Bat. Door. Stinging Swarm. Barrier, 31%. Scorched Stinger. Barrier, 0%. Mana 100%. Scorched Stinger. Mana 8. Barrier, 31%. Mana 100%. Scorched Stinger. Barrier, 0%. Giant Bat. Stinging Swarm. Giant Bat. Barrier, Giant Bat. Mana 80%. Sedious Slouching. Mana 100%. Deep Recess. Mana 78%. Dank Sewers. Mana 99%. Deep Reset. Stinging Swarm. Barrier. Cauterized Sentinel. Light Scorch. Mana 78%. Barrier. Highland Vestment. Mana 100%. Barrier. 0%. Scorched Victor. Mana 80%. Mana 37%. Barrier. 31%. Wide. Mana Aldkin. Aflame. Barrier. 0%. Wretched Seared Traducer. Hellcaller Scorched Vigor. Seared Traducer. Ironwood Glove. Mana 24%. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Aflame. Mana 44%. Mana 3. Aldkin. Life 91. Loaded Corpse. Corpse Winder. Mana 89%. Scorched Stinger. Barrier, 31%. Mana 90%. Seared Traducer. Barrier, 0%. Seared Traducer. Mana 69%. Mana 90%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Barrel, Loaded Corpse. Bottom action button. Barrier, 0%. Cauterized Sentinel. Seared Traducer. Cantering Abomination. Barrier, 30%. Seared Traducer. Life 7. Cauterized Cenobite. Life 64%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Seared Traducer. Aldkin. Barrier, 31%. Chart Executioner. Barrier, Aldkin, Aflame. Artillery Shrine. Bottom action button. Life 84%. Seared Traducer. Barrier, 31%. Bloodthirsty Corpse Winder. Bloodthirsty Corpse Winder. Elite. Bloodthirsty Corpse Winder. Elite. Life, Scorched Vigor. Mana 7, Enkindled Pyre. Elite. Mana 92%. Cauterized Cenobite. Inquisitor Howdoin Replico. Club. Barrier, 31%. Rune, Barrier, 0%. Seared Traducer. Cauterized Cenobite. Barrier, Scorched Stinger. Mana 70%. Scorched Stinger. Mana 91%. Chart Execution. Mana Barrier, 31%. Mana 69%. Corpse Winder. Barrier, 0%. Corpse Winder. Mana 26%. Lieutenant Birdlamy Festerpool. Lieutenant Birdlamy Festerpool. Mana 5%. Barrier. Mana 26%. Mana 4 Ring. Mana 98%. Corpse Winder. Mana 7. Aldkin. Aflame. Barrier. 31%. Seared Traducer. Barrier. 0. Aldkin. Aflame. Mana 99%. Chest. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin. Mana 77%. Mana 90. Barrier, 31%. Cauterized. Stinging Storm. Barrier. Chart Executioner. Mana 77%. Barrier, 31%. Cauterized Cenobite. Mana 98%. Cauterized Cenobite. Mana 97%. Healing Well. Life 100%. Corpse Winder. Seared Traducer. Mana 50. Seared Traducer. Aldkin. Mana 100%. Life 90%. Seared Traducer. Frederick Slaskin. Seared Traducer. Minion. Barrier. Seared Traducer. Minion. Mana 78%. Seared Traducer. Minion. Mana 78%. Sandborn Hand Wraps. Life 71%. Wise Strider's Hand Wraps. Clench Impact. Rare Gloves. 167 Item Power. Vigorous Clench Impact. Vigorous Clench Impact. Clench Impact. Barrier, 0%. Of Thief's Hate. Rare Glove. Vigorous Broad. Thief's Hate. Barrier, 31%. Arrow. Mana 8. Barrier, 0%. Mana 100%. Barrier, 31%. The Gutter. Grand Inquisitor. Life 76%. Life 42%. Life 53%. Life 60. Life 58. Life 45%. Aldkin. Flame. Life 30. Grand Inquisitor. Grand Inquisitor. Mana 4. Grand Inquisitor. Aldkin. Grand Inquisitor. Mana. Barrier. Grand Inquisitor. Barrier. 5%. Grand Inquisitor. Barrier. 0. Life 64%. Aldkin. Life 19%. Mana. Life 34. Life 40. Life 57%. Lord Commander. Mana 67. Life 27%. Life. Mana 8. Life 53. Life 65%. Dungeon. Aldkin. Barrier. 31%. Gloves. Barrier, 0%. Thieves Hate. Thieves Hate. Gloves, Thieves Hate, 2, Oak Wand. Barrier, 31%. Elixir of Thieves Hate, Barrier, 0%. Tooth and Nail, Carrot, a Fish, Bone, of Profile, Adept Amulet. Adept Barrier, 31%. Elixir, Fiendish Fold, Manual, Barrier, 0%. Thieves, Elixir of Fiendish Folio. Oak, Fiendish Folio. Oak, Barrier, 31%. Wise, Boneweave Gauntlets of Frozen Orbit. Legendary Gloves. 256 item power. 20 armor. Plus 16 intelligence. Plus 18.0% critic. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Dank Sewers. Barrier, Life 86, Life 98%. Chi Shem Crucible. Bottom action button. Barrier, 31%. The state of Sanctuary is based on the party leader's progress. Chi Shem Crucible. Fallen, enter, Forge of Malice. Bottom action button. Interaction. Mana 91%. Animos, Sucker. SPID Early. Spider, SPID, Spider Host, SPID, Spider. Barrier, Life 85%. Warning. Mana, Helltide. Mana 40, Chrysocorti. Barrier, 31%. Spawn of the Damned. Barrier, 0%. Spawn of the Damned. Life 6, Mana 6, Spider Forest. Mana 91%. Suffer. Mana 28%. Suffer. Aldkin. Barrier, Fallen. Mana 6, Fallen. Barrier, 0%. Mana 28%. Mana 49, Barrier, 31%. Aldkit. Polulator, Malice. Spider. Mana 6, Polulator. Mana 29%. SPID Early. Barrier, 31, Tortured Souls. Mana 29%. Barrier, 0%, SPID Early. Mana 27%. Barrier, 31, Mana 47%, Mana 69%, Falling Luminary. Barrier, 0%, Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Sucker. Mana 24%, Mana 46%, Fallen. Skittering Abomination. Sucker. Fallen. Mana 3%, Helltide Conjurer. Mana 48%, Fallen Altar. Fallen Shaman. Mana not Fallen. Life 70, Fallen Tainted Fallen Overseer. Elite. Mana 83%, SPID. Mana 40%, Mana 62%, Wretched Souls. Mana 80, Subject. Spider Close. Spider. Mana 1, Mana 22%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 43%. SP, Aldkin. Spider. Song of the Damned. SPID Early. Spider. Mana, Spider Host. Spider. Mana, Spider. Aldkin. Barrier, 31, Helltide Prophet. Barrier, 0%, Nightmare, Helltide Prophet. Mana 9, Helltide Prophet. Mana 50, Rune. Mana 74%. Life 72%. SPID early. Fallen. Mana SPID early. Mana 33%. Mana 54, barrier, mana 76%, mana 98%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 77%, mana 98%. Mana Badam. Mana Badam. Mana 77%, barrier, mana 98%. Left shoulder button. Angel. Whisper. Cull Hellborn. Slay Hellborn, 0/1. Hell has sent its most powerful warriors to purge Sanctuary of all resistance. Whisper. Barrier, 31%. Aldkin. Cull Hellborn. Barrier, 0%. Sucker. Will Mana 78%. Urine 6 Dark. Sucker. Urine 6 Darkness. Will Eagle. Life 20%. Life 30. Life 4. Barrier, 31%. Sucker. Life 81%. Sucker. Helltide, Aldkin. Friendly Superficial. Helltide Yellow. Friendly Superficious. Life 100. Skittering Abomination. Helltide Zealot. Barrier, Will Eagle. Mana, Life 60. Helltide Prophet. Fiery Helltide Zealot. Mana 79. Helltide Prophet. Life 40. Barrier. Suranath Thunder Dancer. Life 71%. Suranath Thunder Dancer. Barrier. 30. Spider Horse. Life 49. Life 60%. Mana 42%. Mana 64%. Mana 87. Pomulator. Barrier. 31%. Barrier, 0%. Sucker. Barrier. Pestilences. Skittering Abomination. Skittering Abomination. Mana 26%. Fly Swarm. Mana 47%. Mana 91. SPID Erling. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Kejistan, Fractured Peak, Skoskalan. Stronghold. Barrier, Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Orvane. Bottom action button. Interact. Forge of Malice. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, 31%. Priority quest. Undercity, the Spectre of Travincal. Defeat Alia in the waypoint. Teleport, SPID. Barrier, 0%. The state of Sanctuary is based on the party leader's progress. Garas Bazaar, Shishem Crucible. Left shoulder butt, stash. Stash. Lock. Danilo. Aldkin. Danilo. Blacksmith. Bottom action button. Interact. Stash. The sorcerer control. Herb cache. Magic. Danilo. Blacksmith. Danilo. Salvage. All junk. Common. Salvage all common. Magic. Salvage. Transmog unlock. Rare. Salvage rare.
Make something
Transmog
new with
unlocked.
these.
Visit the wardrobe to view it. Shock augments discharge. Boneweave gauntlets of frozen orbit. Legendary gloves. 256 item power. Pentaforged seal of splintering energy. Legendary amulet. Stash. Will. Sorcerer control. Shock augment. Sorcerer. Accelerating. Infiltrators. Accelerate. Trap. Obsidian. Exceptional. Jade cross. Tier. Edge map. Disable. Surge. Disable. Hectic. Hatred's grasp of intercom. Legendary gloves. 250 item power. 20 armor. Plus 5 maximum life. Plus 3.3% attack speed. Disabled. Exceptional helm of noxious. Aldkin, Danilo. Blacksmith. Bottom action button, Joanna. Weapons. New stock delivery. 040. Buyback. 24,449,842 gold. The style. Rare wand. 250. Cruel short sword. Joanna. Yapura. Armor vendor. New stock delivery. 009. Buyback. 24,400,000.
Just
Armor
got to
vendor.
look as sharp
Armor
as it
vendor.
works, I always say.
New stock delivery. 1 hour. Buyback. Danilo. Joanna. Weapons. New stock delivery. 59:49. Buyback. 24,449,842 gold. Wise lesser wand. Magic wand. 246 item power. 21 damage per second, -8. Wise lesser wand purchased. 24,404,001 gold. Glorious staff of the expectant. Legendary staff. 148 item power. Wise lesser shock. Shock augments discharge. Magic temper manual. Weapons.
Swipe.
Affixes can be applied to weapons. Plus 5.5 to 7.5% chance for teleport to hit twice. Plus 8.0 to 12.5% chance for arc lash to swipe twice. Plus 3.0 to 5.0% chance for charge. Recipe learned. Shock augments discharge can now. Why? Coven initiative. Elixir of destruction. Elixir of rough step. Yapura. Elixir of destruction. Joanna. Elixir of Joanna. Rough staff. Joanna. Weapons. Bottom action button. Interact. Bottom action button. A jaguar skull. Wijaya.
I know that
Occultist.
glint in your
Wijaya.
eye. I
Imprint
know
aspect.
what you seek.
Item. Codex of Power. Preview.
Should have bought this sword
Aldkin.
when it was up. Damn it.
Bottom action button. Interact. Zosha. Bottom action button. Interact. Alum. Jeweler. Stash. Will. Sorcerer control. Herb cache. Accelerating malefic. Disabled. Scarred seal of lethal dusk. Hectic warlord. Scarred seal of lethal dusk. Hectic crave. Infiltrator. Accelerate.
What is this?
Edge master's ritual dagger. Legendary dagger. 258 item power. 22 damage per second, -7. 15 to 23 damage per hit. 1.20 attacks per second, very fast. Plus 7.1% damage to close enemies. Plus 5 maximum life. Plus 6.0% damage. Lucky hit, up to a 40% chance to deal plus 35 lightning damage. Plus 31.0% basic damage. Skills deal up to 9% increased damage based on your Edge Master's Ritual Dagger. Legendary SV Hate disabled. Except Hatred's Grat War Tear Veil Amulet Jade Crossbow of Jag Hoop of Creeping Death. Legendary Ring. 158 item power. Jaguar's Eye of Apogeic Furor. Repeating Cross Archon Prey Trickster's Sig Bone Blade Lion Trick Shot Ancestors Magic Caressed Undercity Tributes Trick Shot Bone Tunic of Quick Lunar Scepter. Cosmetic Magic Wand. Use this item to unlock a new look in the wardrobe. Account bound. Serpent Spite. Writhing. Exceptional. Icy Al. Sovereign. Pure. Hectic Exceptional Armor. Legendary. Mercenary Helm of Cruel Sus. Wind Force. Trick Shot Pentafort. Wind Force. Trick Shot. Breakneck. Yambaya of Branching Volleys. Legendary Dagger. 750 item power. Breakneck.
The most I got is a dagger.
Accelerating. Trap. Infiltrate. Cheat. Archon Gaunt. Obsidian Blade. Hatred Seat of Obsidian Blade of Pestilent Points. Legendary Sword. 300 and Blood. Estuary. Hatred's Grasp of Intercom. Legendary Gloves. 250 item power. Carrick, Sorcerer, Wise Lesser, Sorcerer Control. Herb Cache. Amulet. Carrick, Lunar Scepter. Cosmetic Gain. Wand. Visit the wardrobe to equip. Wise Lesser Wand. Magic Wand. 246 item power. 21 damage per second, -8. Edge Master's Ritual Dagger. Legendary Dagger. 258 item power. 22 damage per second, -7. 15 to 23 damage per hit. 1.20 attacks. Glorious Staff of the Expectant. Legendary Staff. 148 item power. 29 damage per second, +7. 20. Amulet. Tala. Rings and Amulets. Pakur. Bottom action button. Pakur. Bottom action button. Interact. Bottom action button. Interact. Warning. Your return town portal will be closed once you leave town. Tolna. Bottom action button. Interact. Bottom action button. Interact. Rough Staff, Danilo. Blacksmith. Yapura. Armor Vendor. New stock delivery. 50. Carrick, Sorcerer Control. Left shoulder but, Danilo. Whisper. Bottom action button. Whisper. Parasitic Harbinger. Bottom act Whisper. Whisper. Bot whisper. Bot dungeon. Direction. Nahantu. Stash. Heal. Weapons. Nahantu. Nahantu. So, directional pad right. Waypoint. Teleport.
It
Alt.
feels like we're always moving on.
Your threat increases as you kill enemies in Helltide, attracting powerful Hellborn. The Dead. Harass Bazaar. Bottom action button. Interact.
Yalla,
Don't think Subo
baby.
likes me.
I don't
Beira.
think Subo likes
Bartering.
anyone.
Unable
But
to
don't
sell
fret.
items to this vendor.
He's wary of anything new.
134 Pale Mark. Nature's Teeth of Inevitable Fate. Legendary Dagger. 266 item power. 24 damage per second, +2. 16 to 24 damage per hit. 1.20 attacks. Nature's Teeth of Inevitable Fate purchased. 108 Pale Mark. Gloves of Conflagration. Legendary Gloves. 275 item power. 22 Gloves of
what's up.
Conflagration purchased. 85 Pale Mark. Pants of Mind's Awakening. Legendary Pants. 273 item power. 54 armor, +50. +17 Pants of Mind's Awakening purchased. 59 Pale Mark. Jade Wand of Frozen Orbit. Legendary Wand. 277 item power, Starlight Amulet. Legendary Amulet. 273 item power. Plus 10.6% resistance to all elements. Starlight Amulet purchased. 27 Pale Mark. Defensive Aspect Cache. Legendary Bartering Cache. Contains legendary items with defensive aspects. Use this cache to receive your rewards. Account bound. Cost, 40. Sorcerer Control, Wise Lesser Wand. Sorcerer Control. Wise, Pentaforge, Gloves of Conflagration, Glory, Nature's Teeth of Inevitable Fate. Legendary Dagger. 200 and...
I'm getting the hang of this.
Subo, Higher Mercenary. Variana. Rahir's Anvil. Blacksmith. Bottom Rahir's Anvil. Black Carrot Sorcerer Nature Gloves of Glorious Nature's Teeth Starlight Amulet. Legendary Amulet. 273 item power. Plus 10.6% resistance to all elements. Plus 1.7% intelligence. Plus 6 maximum life. Pants of Mind's Awakening. Hide Pants. Gloves of Conflagration. Legendary Gloves. Wise Strider's Hand. Glorious Staff of the Expectant. Legendary Staff. 148 item power. Nature's Teeth of Inevitable Fate. Legendary Dagger. 266 item power. 24 damage per second, +2. 16 to 24 damage per hit. 1.20 attacks per second, very fast. Plus 7.3% damage to close enemies. Plus 17 intelligence. Edge Master's Ritual Dagger. Pentaforged Seal of Splintering Energy. Legendary Amulet. 2. Wise Boneweave Gauntlets of Frozen Orbit. Wise Lesser Wand. Sorcerer Control. Magic Temperament. Recipe Learned. Wardrobe. Wardrobe. Torso. Neck. Torso. Main hand. Equipped. Nature's Teeth of Inevitable Fate. Yaks. Magic CIR. Magic Rune of Ritual. Elixir of Advantage. Firebat Servant. CIR. Elixir. Firebat Servants. Witch Power. Rank 1. Abilities. Left shoulder button. Right shoulder. Snap Freeze. Devour. Ball Light. Firewall. Enhanced Firewall. Mastery. Firewall. Ball lightning. Mastery. Ball. Fire. Crippling flames. Lucky hit. Your pyromancy skills have up to a 7% chance. Inner flames. You deal 6% increased damage while healthy. Inner flame. Devouring blaze. Your pyromancy skills deal 10% increased critical strike damage. Blizzard. Meteor. Shatter. Fiery Surf. Inferno. Ultimate. Pyromancy. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Summon a fiery serpent that continually constricts the target area, burning enemies for 103 damage. Fiery. Unstable currents. Ultimate. Shock. Cooldown, 70 seconds. Lightning surges within you for 10 seconds. Inferno. Deep freeze. Ultimate. Frost. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Encase yourself in ice and become immune for 4 seconds, chilling surrounding enemies for 14% and continuously dealing 6 damage to them. BYR's Mastery. When you critically strike an enemy with a shock skill, you become charged and take overflowing energy. Crackling energy hits one additional enemy. Each time crackling energy hits an enemy. BYR's Mastery. When you critically strike an enemy with a shock skill, you become charged and take 25% less damage for 5 seconds. While charged. Critical strikes have a 15% shatter. After freeze expires, enemies explode. Avalanche. Lucky hit. Your frost skills have up to a 30% chance to make your next cast of ice shards, frozen orb, or blizzard consume no mana and deal 60% increased damage. Damage is increased by an additional 25% against vulnerable enemies. Locked. Isu's Ferocity. Your fire critical strike damage is increased by 75% against enemies above 50% life. Your fire critical strike chance is increased by 40% against enemies below 50%. Combustion. Your burning effects deal 60% increased damage, and an additional 25% of your damage with burning bonus. Current bonus. Combustion. Isu's Ferocity. Your fire critical strike damage is increased by 75% against enemies above 50% life. Your fire critical strike chance is increased by 40% against enemies below 50% life. Critical strikes that kill enemies or hit a boss grant both bonuses against all enemies. Deep Freeze, Icy Veil. Mastery skills spend mana to dominate. Familiar. Hydra. Conjure. Invoked Ice Blades. Rank 1/5. Conjuration. Roaring Ice Blades. Enhanced Ice Blades. Ice Blades. Hydra. Charge. Court. Incinerate. Core skill. Elemental Dominance. Your core skills deal 4% increased damage when cast above 50 mana. Potent Warding. Casting a skill grants 3% all resistance and 2% maximum resistance to that skill's element for 9 seconds. Elemental Dominance. Your core skills deal 4% increased. Core skills spend resource to deliver powerful in Frostbolt. Frostbolt. Spark. Rank 2. Firebolt. Spark. Basic. Spark. Basic skills deal. Elemental Synergies. Ultimate skills shift the tide of battle and devastate your enemies. Prime. Inferno. Ultimate. Pyromancy. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Summon a fiery serpent that continually constricts. Evocation. Gain 4% cool. Evocate. Elemental Synergies. Your frost, shock, and pyromancy skills deal 1% increased damage for each skill you have equipped of their type. This bonus is doubled if all of your skills are the same element. Not yet learned. Ult. Inferno. Ultimate. Pyromancy. Inferno. Rank. Unstable currents. Coursing current. Coursing currents. Hitting enemies with shock skills increases your critical strike chance by 1%. Resets upon getting a critical strike. Endless Pyre. You deal 6%. Enable Ice Blades. Rank 1 Inferno. Rank 1/5. Ultimate. Pyromancy. Cooldown 45 seconds. Summon a fiery serpent that continually constricts the target area, burning enemies for 103 damage over 8 seconds. Fire damage. Bottom action button. Incinerate, Spark. Firewall. Rank 1/5. Mastery. Pyromancy. Core. Mana cost, 30. Fire. Frost Bolt. Rank 1/5. Basic. Frost. Throw a bolt of frost at an enemy, dealing 9 damage and chilling them for 15%. Modifiers. Frost Bolt has a 15. Inferno. Endless Pyre. Life 100%. Main hand. Equipped. Nature's Teeth of Inevitable Fate. Legendary Dagger. 206 feet, main hand. Offhand, ring. Equipped. Flamethrowers Intertwined Thorn. Legendary Ring. 200 ring, ring. Equipped. Ring, neck. Equipped. Torso, hands. Equipped. Gloves of Conflagration. Legendary Gloves. Torso, head. Equipped. Eluding Boneweave, torso, hand, legs. Equipped. Pants of Mind's Awakening. Legendary Pants. 273 item power. 54 armor. Plus 17 intelligence. Plus 6 maximum life. Plus 7 life per 5 seconds. Casting a pyromancy skill immobilizes enemies hit for 0.7 seconds. Casting a shock skill grants a burst of 21.8% movement speed for 1 second. Casting a frost skill grants a barrier for 4.3% of your maximum life.
Okay, so I need that. Let me just...
Character, abilities. Abilities. Inferno. Enable, Inferno. Fire, Inferno, Incinerate, Firewall, Inferno. Rank 1/5. Ultimate. Pyromancy. Fire, Inferno. Rank 1/5. Inferno. Inferno. When Deep Freeze ends, Mage's Fire, Enhanced, Wizard's Fire, Wizard's, Enhanced, Firewall, Fire, Evoke, Fiery, Endless Pyre. You deal 6% increased burning damage. This bonus is increased to 25% to enemies while they are affected by more burning damage over time. Fiery Surge. Killing a burning enemy increases your mana regeneration by 15% for 3 seconds. Not yet learned. Bottom. Fiery Surge. Prime Inferno. Inferno repeatedly pulls enemies to its center. Supreme Inferno. While Inferno is active, your pyromancy skills deal 50% increased damage and cost no mana. Not yet. Prime Inferno. Supreme Inferno. While Supreme Inferno. Ultimate. Evocation. The Dead. Waypoint. The Dead. Left shoulder. Step. Pause. Wait. Fractured Peaks. Directional path. Waypoint. Kyovashad. Armory. Skills can trigger lucky hit effects. If a skill has a lucky hit chance of 50%, and an effect a 20% chance to stun an enemy, then that skill will stun enemies on average 10% of the time. Kyovashad. Bottom action button. Interact. Tasmia 60, 1. Bottom action button. Demayan. Occultist. Bottom, Occultist, Demayan. Imprint aspect. Right
Fare
action
thee
button,
well.
character, Wise Lesser Wand. Magic Wand.
Or explosions.
Aldkin. Virica. I want to increase the potency.
You certainly have the look of someone who spends a lot of time in the wilds. I expect you'll also want some of my elixirs, but let's focus on your healing potion for now. I have some extra materials we can use this time. If you want to improve your healing potion further or craft any elixirs, you'll need to source your own ingredients. I'll not leave these walls. Never again.
Aldkin. Alchemist, Virica. Upgrade potion. Light healing potion. Minor healing potion. Potion. Heals, light healing potion. Potion. Heals 20, minor healing potion. Alchemist. Alchemist, Virica. Alchemist, Virica. Upgrade potion. Light healing potion.
Light keep you.
Left shoulder button. Kracia, Ozra. Side quest. Wardrobe. Whisper. Slay the Blood Maiden. Slay the Blood Maiden. Bottom action button. Aldkin. Aldkin.
Oh shoot, that's right.
Waypoint. Bottom action button. Interact. Wardrobe, armor, boneweave helm, nature, default, pets, pets. Ashira. Pet. Ashira. Hide boot, Ashira, hide boot, Ashira, default, nature's, off, augur. Bound up, demon's eye. Relic skull, fetish of the black masquerade. Cosmetic focus. Found in
Art.
Season of Witchcraft. Bottom action button apply look. Nature's teeth, bone blade, simple stone blade, swashbuckler's toothpick. Cosmetic dagger, elder shiv. Cosmetic dagger, fetish of the black gloves, high boneweave helm, coven's doom cask. Cosmetic helm, sovereign helm. Sandworn cover, grand vizier's headpiece, sandworn, sturdy hood, tooth and nail helm, sturdy hood. Cosmetic helm. Strider's crown, sovereign helm. Sandworn cover. Cosmetic helm, primal bassinet. Cosmetic helm. Bottom action button apply, boneweave, coven's cowl. Cosmetic helm. Bottom action button apply look. Doom cask. Cosmetic helm. Bottom action button apply look. Drip and cloth crown. Fur-lined hood. Helm. And doom, coven's cowl. Sand, primal bassinet. Cosmetic helm. Bottom action button apply look. Default look, adventurer's tunic. Art of, leather, wanderer's wanderer's tunic. Leather doublet. Cosmetic chest armor, primal breath, sand, sovereign mail. Cosmetic chest armor, coven's raiment. Cosmetic chest armor. Bottom action button apply look, gloves. Heavy gloves, sturdy, fur, exceptional gloves. Cosmetic gloves. Fur, gauntlets, wanderer's gloves, sturdy, strider's hand wraps. Cosmetic glove, exceptional gloves. Cosmetic gloves. Bottom action button apply look. Pants. Fur, sovereign, sturdy pants. Cosmetic pants. Bottom act, warlord leg plates. Weathered breeches. Cosmetic pants. Wanderer's pants. Cosmetic warlord leg, bone, cup, doom cuisses. Bottom action, cup, bone weave fall, adventurer's pants. Cosmetic pants. Bottom action button apply look. Heavy, strider's legs, warlord leg plates. Cosmetic pants. Bottom action button apply look. Warlord leg plates. Cosmetic pants. Warlord leg plate. Strider, sovereign, sand-worn breeches. Dripped, adventurer's pants. Art of, Coven's trunks. Pants. Pants. Cosmetic, pants. Moonpaths, Highland trousers, hide pants, heavy pants, fur-lined pants, sovereign tacit, strider's, sturdy wanderer's pants, warlord leg plate, weathered breeches. Cosmetic pants. Pigment, natural color. Weathered breeches. Cosmetic pants. Hide boots, fur-lined boots, wanderers, weathered boots, heavy boot, Highland boots. Cosmetic boot, black, doom treads, drifters boots. Doom, coven, black, arc, hide boot, fur-lined boots, heavy boot, Highland boots, sand-worn shoes. Coven slippers, doom treads.
This is starting to feel like
cosmetic boots.
home.
Sand, fur, exceptional boots. Cosmetic boots, weathered breeches, black, art of, black masquerade gown. Cosmetic pants. Found in Season of Witchcraft. Black masquerade gown. Cosmetic pants. Found in Season of Witchcraft. Coven's raiment, boneweave armor. Cosmetic chest, black masquerade regalia. Cosmetic chest armor. Found in Season of Witchcraft. Art, adventurer's tunic, art, black masquerade regalia. Cosmetic chest armor, primal breastplate. Cosmetic chest armor. Bottom action button apply look. Primal breastplate. Attention. Look confirmed. Your current look has been saved. Ibda. Litka. Travelers beware. Deadly threat spotted nearby. Bottom action button. Interact.
Wonder! I know what you are.
Aldkin. Warning. Your return town portal will be closed once you leave town. Slave foes. Select F. Fallen Select Rose Barrier. 31. Soul Burner. Shivering Ice Clan Inhaler. Skittering Abomination. Mana 7%. Shivering Ice Clan Inhaler. Mana 82%. Helltide Zealot. Barrier, 31%. Painted Ice Clan Inhaler. Barrier, 0. Ice Clan Shaman. Life 82%. Wretched Souls. Life 92%. Bloodthirst Fallen. Barrier, 0%. Shocking Fallen Shaman, Elite. Mana 98%. Event Joy. Barrier, 31%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, Ice Clan Marauder. Elect Singers. Walrus. Ice Clan Marauder. Mana 6. Barrier. Ice Clan Shaman. Mana 27. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Elect Singers. Ice Clan Marauder. Mana 89%. Collect Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 31%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan Shaman. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan Marauder. 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 Strider, Mana 60. Ice Clan Impaler. Mana 90%. Collect Cinders. Ice Clan Impaler. Barrier, 67%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan Marauder. Mana 68. Mana 46%. Riders Legends. Barrier, 0%.
Oh yeah, she's so much
Mana
fun.
44%. Mana 66%. Collect Cinders. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 66%. Mana 88%. Barrier, 31%. Doom Saber. Bottom action button. Barrier, 0%. Collect Cinders. 62/1. Fallen Shot. Cult Cultists. Barrier, 31%. Aldkin, Aflame. Barrier, 0%. Tortured Given Mysteries. Soul Burner. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Character, abilities. Aldkin. Covered in ash. Storm of Fire. Spawn, Frostling, collect Cinders. Frostling. Collect Cinders, Wave of Flame. Mercenary Iconic. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Aldkin conjures a mass of flames forward, repeatedly dealing 1. Storm of Fire. Mercenary Iconic. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Aldkin rains a firestorm down from the sky that deals 91 fire damage on Wave Fallen, Collect Cinders, Fallen Shaman, Aldkin. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Helltide Conjurer. Grey Ball Road, Elite. Barrier, 31%. Collect Cinders. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan Carver Shaman. Barrier, 31%. Helltide Zealot. Fallen. Thundering Pit Lord, Elite. Thundering Pit Lord, Elite. Mana 20, Barrier, 35%. Mana 44%. Ice Clan Impaler. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin, Aflame. Mana 86%. Damned Soul. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier, Ice Clan Shaman. Barrier, 0%. Fallen, Stirring of Annihilated. Mana 41%. Mana 20%. Skittering Abomination. Barrier, 0. Collect Cinders. Mana 64%. Mana 87%. Aldkin. Barrier, 31%. Ice Cult Cultists. Barrier, 0%. Helltide Pump. Soulbird. Mana the Dam.
What the fuck you thought you was doing, boy?
Mana 6 Fallen. Cult Cultists. Barrier, 0%. Ice Clan, Spider. Barrier, 31%. Collect Cinders, you have reached your destination. Barrier, 0%. Accursed altar. Accursed rick. Sin eater. Barrier, 31%. Ball rope. Ball rope, spawn of the annihilator. Mana 20, ball rope, spawn of the dam. Mana 100%. Sin eater. Barrier, mana 70, spawn of the dam. Mana 29%. Barrier, 0, mana 27%. Annihilate, Sin eater. Spawn of the soul burner. Mana 11, spawn of the dam. Spawn of the dam. Mana 87%. Spawn of the dam. Ball road. Barrier, 30, spawn of the dam. Barrier, spawn of the dam. Spawn of the dam. Spawn of the dam. Mana 23%, spawn of the dam. Sin eater. Mana 100, Sin eater. Sin eater. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin. Mana 80%. Mana Sapia. You have died.
What?
You lose 10% equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint. Aldkin.
How did I die?
Life 100%. Ice. Helltide Zealot. Mana 79%. Cold Cultists. Ice Clan Shaman. Collect Cinders. Mana 100%. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier, 0%. Wretched Souls. Spawn of the Dam. Sapia. Barrier, 31%. Barrier. Life 31, Life 20, Life 42, Life 50, Sapia. Mana 77%. Barrier.
Oh my fucking god, are you
10%
serious?
equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint. Also. Life 100 vulnerable. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Helltide Zealot. Sapia. Vulnerable. Aldkin. Mana 78%. Life 8. Aldkin. Flame. Life 65. Vulnerable. Barrier. Vulnerable.
Get that
Life
ice
80.
shit out
Life
there.
96%.
Fuck her up.
Aldkin.
Sick.
Flame. Life 74%. Vulnerable. Life 60%. Sapia. You have died.
Come on,
You
bro.
will lose 10% equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint. Aldkin. Life 100%. Barrier, 31%. Sturdy, Sapia. Barrier, vulnerable. Mana 80%. Mana 59%. Barrier, 31. Mana, Aldkin. Mana, Aldkin. Mana 79%. Mana 37%. Aldkin. Mana, Aldkin. Mana, Barrier, 31%. Sapia. Barrier, Life 35, Life 51, Life 60, Life 82, Life 96, Mana 80%. Sapia. Mana 100, Sapia. Barrier, 7, Aldkin. Barrier, 0%, Sapia. Life 74%. Aldkin. Sapia. Life is vulnerable. Barrier, 82%. Mana 76%. Reason of actual. Barrier. Aldkin. Mana 7. Gago of Mere Tribe. Mana 100%. Aldkin.
Come on,
Gago of Mere Tribe.
$1 lay down some fucking cover.
Flame. Gago of Mere Tribe. Mana 8. Life 89. Aldkin. A flame. Gago of Mere Tribe. Sapia. Barrier. Vulnerable. Surinop Midnight. Mana 22%. midnight. Suriname midnight. Mana vulnerable. Suriname Aldkin. Aldkin.
Oh shit!
You lose
Damn.
10% equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint.
Oh.
Safia. Aldkin. Life 100%.
This bitch name
Barrier
too strong.
31%. Galovine. Ice Climber Rock. Barrier 0%. Mana 6. Shauna Madame. Mana 88%. Barrier 31%. Fly Swarm. Barrier 0%. Mana barrier, mana 47%. Barrier 0%, mana 90%. Aldkin. Mana 69, Sapphire. Life 13%, life 33, life 48, Sapphire. Aldkin. Life 75%. Sapphire. Life 29%. Life 80, life not barrier, 27%. Sapphire. Barrier. Mana 28, mana 8%. Barrier. 0%. Mana 29%. Sapphire. Sapphire. Mana 94%. Aldkin. Aflame.
That's it. Lock on to that bitch. Lock on to that bitch.
Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Aflame. Vulnerable. Irino Snake Tribe. Irino Snake Tribe. Life 46. Irino Snake Tribe. Died.
Oh my god.
Lose 10% equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint. Life 100%. Helltide Zealot. Mana's Hatchling. Mana Spot Fly Swarm. Spider. Mana 11, Barrier 31%, Mana 31%, Mana 54, Shauna Ice Clan Impaler. Mana 100%. Helltide Ice Clan Marauder.
You and me not
Mana
enough?
79% Hatchling. Mana 100%. Spider. Barrier 0%. Helltide Control
Burn these niggas.
33 / Mana 7 Collect Cinders. Barrier 31%. Barrier 0%. Sapphire. Vulnerable. Life 81%. Barrier Mana 57%. Vulnerable. Barrier Sapphire. Aldkin. Flame. Mana Sapphire. Vulnerable. Aldkin, Aflame. Barrier, Alt, Sapphire. Vulnerable. Mana 93%, Life 87%, Life 7, Life 60%. Vulnerable. Aldkin. Barrier, Vulnerable. Sapphire. Barrier, Mana 72. Sapphire. Life 35%.
Oh my fucking god.
10% equipment durability when you revive at checkpoint. Your equipment is close to breaking.
Too fucking late.
Life 100%. Ice Clan.
Alright, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Mana 31%. Hatchling. Mana Spider. Mana 33%, Mana 53%, Barrier 0%, Mana 96%. Armory, Waypoint. Teleport, all.
Just don't leave me behind.
Barrier 31%. Upon reaching level 15 as a barbarian, you will be able to unlock your techniques. Kyovashad. Barrier 0%. Crags of Illwind. Bottom action button. Interact. Zavek. Blacksmith. Zavek. Salvage. Blacksmith. Zavek. Blacksmith. Zavek. Repair. All items, 218 gold.
I'm just starting out anyway.
Kyovashad. Waypoint. Crags of Ilwyn. Bottom action button. Upon reaching level 15 as a druid, druidic spirit offerings will begin dropping from enemies. Crags of Ilwyn. Entering the Helltide. Play pose. Collect aberrant cinders.
Kill everything
and
around you,
exchange
bitch.
barrier. 30 Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Life 90%. Harbor. Barrier. 31%. Helltide Prophet. Lylantarish. Ice Clan Shaman. Mana 73%. Lylantarish Evership. Lylantarish Evership. Elite. Mana 72%. Barrier. 31%.
It's gotta be something good.
Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier. 0%. Ice Collect Cinders. Mana 7. Ice Clan Marauder. Mana 51%. Ice Clan Marauder. Mana 94%. Mana 73%. Mana 94. Barrier. 31%. Accursed Altar. Requires 1 Angel Heart. 0%. Spawn of the Dam. Annihilator. Mana 7. Spawn of the Dam. Mana 14%. Spawn of the Sin Eater. Barrier. 0. Spawn of the Dam. Mana 62%. Soul Burner. Mana 82%. Spawn of the Dam. Sin Eater. Barrier. 83%. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Sin Eater. Mana 37. Mana 17%. Spawn of the Dam. Barrier. Soul Burning. Barrier. 38%. Sin Eater. Mana 7. Mana 59%. Spawn of the Dam. Barrier. 1%. Spawn of the Dam. Spawn of the Dam. Mana 100%. Sin Eater. Soul Burner. Mana 59%. Soul Burner. Mana Viola. Life 50. Mana. Life 71. Vulnerable. Life 100%. Barrier. 31%. Aldkin.
How is it following me?
Barrier.
God.
0%. Life 80. Life 65%. Life 84. Viola. Vulnerable. Barrier. Vulnerable. Aldkin.
You get too close, it's over.
Barrier. 0%. Viola. Life 82%. Viola. Barrier. Life 93%. Vulnerable. Barrier. Vulnerable. Viola. Vulnerable. Aldkin. Aflame. Aldkin. Aflame. Vulnerable. Viola. Barrier. Vulnerable.
I could kill her with a jab.
Aflame. Viola. Aldkin. Aflame. Barrier. 31%. Viola. Life 80. Life 40. Viola.
Damn.
Life 50. Viola. Life not vulnerable. Mana 80%. Mana 60%. Mana 39%. Barrier. 0. Mana 40%. Mana 60. Life 70. Life 56%. Viola. Life 66%. Viola. Barrier. Life 76%. Viola. Barrier. Vulnerable. Life barrier. 0%. Life 99%. Viola. Barrier. 30. Barrier. 1%. Viola. Barrier. 0%. Suaya Brace Day. Life 8, Zoo out of Brace Day.
Damn!
Mana 44, Zoo out of Brace Day. Altkin. Zoo out of Brace Day. Life 74%, Zoo out of Brace Day. Life 20, Life 40, Zoo out of Brace Day. Viola, Zoo out of Brace Day. Barrier, Zoo out of Brace Day. Vulnerable, Altkin, Zoo out of Brace Day. Zoo out of Brace Day. Life 30, Zoo out of Brace Day. Life 6, Altkin, Aflame. Barrier, Viola. Life 82%. Life 43, Life 59, Life 70, Life 85%. Altkin. Marriage, Life 95, Vulnerable. Viola. Viola. Life 50, Life 51, Viola. Life, Viola. Life 75%, Viola. Vulnerable. Viola.
Damn!
Vulnerable, Marzika of Yelesna. Barrier, Marzika of Yelesna. Life 7, Life 44%. Mana 100%. Life 70, Viola. Life 82%. Marzika of Yelesna. Mana 80%, Marzika of Yelesna. Life set, Marzika of Yelesna. Barrier, 31%. Alpha. Barrier, 0%. Marzika of Yelesna. Alpha. Mana 80%. Bone Wall. Bone Wall. Barrier, 0%. Altman. Viola. Viola. Life 67%. Mana 1, Altkin, Aflame. Barrier, 31%. Altkin, Aflame. Viola. Life 77%. Altkin. Vulnerable. Life 74. Barrier, 31. Altkin. Life 85%. Barrier, 0%. Viola. Altkin. Altkin. Life 95. Barrier. Chapter 3 objective completed. Confront the creature. Smaller, Life 87%. Staff. Battle Staff. Life 97. Barrier, 31%. Health. Leather Doublet. Barrier, 0%. Torment. Wise Less. Torment Staff of Elements. Legendary Staff. 272 item power. 50 damage per second, plus 26. 40 to 60 damage per hit. 1.00 attacks per second. Wise Lesser. Glorious Staff of the Expectant. Legendary Staff. 100 Watt. Frost augments frozen. Magic Temper Manual. Weapons. Recipe look. Hide. Wide. Glory. Barrier. 31%. Barrier. 0%. Mana 76%. Mana 98%. Ice Clan Impaler. Barrier. 31%. Left shoulder. Bite. Undiscussed. Whisper. Mat up. Barrier. 0%. Altkin. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Impaler. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier. 31%. Mana 1%. Spider Hooks. Mana 23%. Mana 44%. Spider Hooks. Skittering Abomination. Barrier. 31%. Harbor. Barrier. 0%. Rain Slouskian. Altman. Mana 80%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan Marauder. Spider. Mana 72%. Barrier. 0%. Mana 29%. Mana 49%. Mana 7. Barrier. 31%. Mana 92%. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Barrier. 31%. The Deep White. Barrier, 0%. Mana 72%. Mana 94%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Aldkin. Containers, Wrathful Phantom. Mana 50, Barrier, 0, Mana 71%.
Yeah, flame
Bone Warrior
come
Archer.
dagger.
Mana 90, Bone Warrior Archer. Shocking Bone Warrior. Mana 82%. Shocking Bone Warrior. Barrier, 0%. Shattering Bone Warrior Captain, Elite. Mana Barrier, 50%. Wrathful Barrier, 0%.
What is this?
Bone Charm. Ice Clan. Warrior Archer. Bone Warrior. Barrier. Slain Militia. Event Joy. Slain Militia. Bottom action button. Mana 92%. Bone Wall. Ice Clan Mauler. Barrier. 50%. Ice Clan Marauder. Ice Clan. Ice Clan Mauler. Mana 47%.
Light it all on
Mana
fire.
67%. Mana 89. Barrier. 50%. Containers. Barrier. 0%. Mana 100%. Bone Warrior Captain. Bone Warrior. Mana Bone Warrior. Bone Tide has risen in multiple territories. Mana 100%. Bone Warrior Corpse Mount. Mana 79%. Mana 100%. Bone Warrior Archer. Barrier. 50%. Bone Warrior Archer. Barrier. Bone Warrior. Bone Warrior. Bone Warrior Corpse House. Mana 51%. Mana 73%. Mana 95%. Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 50%. Barrier. 0%. Barrier, 50%. Mana 72%. Barrier, Aldkin. Mana 72%. Mana 94%. Mana 72. Barrier, 50%. Mana 74%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 96%. Mana 75%. Mana 97%. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Corp. Blood Dorn Beast. Blood Clan Shaman. Blood Clan Dorn Beast. Grizzly Bear. Mana 70. Mana Barrier. Mana 75%. Shocking Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 90%.
I think I like this.
Blood Clan Shaman. Blood Clan. 79%. Mana 14%. Corpse Winder. Corpse Winder. Mana 82%. Dorn Beast. Barrier. 31%. Dorn Beast. Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 31%. Blood Clan Marauder. Barrier. Mana 36%. Mana 58%. The Fells. Mana 51%. Containers. Plague Creeper. Barrier. 31%. Plague. Toxic Lurker. Mana 39%. Mana 61%. Mana 83%. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 31%. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 0%. Grizzly Bear, Toxic, Plague Creeper. Mana, Plague Creeper. Mana 83%. Plague Creeper. Barrier, 0%. Toxic Lurk, Toxic. Plague Maggot, Plague Creeper, Plague Maggot. Mana 15%. Barrier, 0%. Mana 35%. Aldkin. Mana 78%. Skeleton Archer. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 31%. Skeleton Captain. Skeleton Archer. Mana 81%. Skeleton. Barrier, 31%. Fiery Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Corpse Hat. Skeleton. Mana 81%. Vengeful Spirit. Mana Barrier, 31. Mana 41%. Mana 60. Mana with Barrier. Mana 99%. Skeleton Archer. Mana 70. Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer. Mana 52%. Skeleton. Dreadful Vengeful Spirit. Life 86%. Skeleton. Barrier, 31%. Bloodthirsty Vengeful Spirit. Bloodthirsty Vengeful Spirit. Mana 32%. Mana 9%. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Captain. Barrier, Mana 25%. Hunting Equipment. Slain Wanderer. Bottom action button. Hunting Equipment. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Containers. Madux Watch. Armor Rack. Highland Hand. Madux Watch. Bottom action button. The Barbarian carries an entire arsenal consisting of 4 weapons with them at all times. Which weapon you use for a skill can be chosen while the skill is assigned to your hotbar. Abandoned Outpost. Barrier, 50. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Barrel. Mana 70%. Barrier, 50%. Mana 48%. Mana Barrier, 0. Mana 49%. Stinging Swarm. Stinging Swarm. Skeleton Archer. Mana Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer. Mana 89. Skeleton Archer. Barrier, 0%. Barrel. Mana 47%. Barrel. Stinging Swarm. Mana 53%. Fiendish Foley. Mana 97%. Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer. Mana 36%. Slain 9. Mana 56. Stinging Swarm. Mana Skeleton Archer. Mana 98%. Shivering Skeleton. Elite. Skeleton. Mana 70. Skeleton. Mana Skeleton. 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 Corpse Hat. Skeleton. Mana 15%. Skeleton. Mana 59%. Eric. Mana 39%. Stinging Swarm. Stinging Swarm. Barrier. Skeleton. Mana 90%. Skeleton Corpse Axe. Barrier. 50%. Skeleton. Mana 7%. Mana 27%. Mana 49%. Mana 70%. Barricade. Skeleton Corpse Axe. Barrier. 50%. Mechanical Box. Barrier, 0%. Chest. Strider's Hand Wraps. Barrier, 50%. Strider, Barrier, 0%. Bottom action button. Interact. Mana, skeleton. Barrier. Slain knight. Mana 93%. Sunbring skeleton corpse axe. Elite. Barrier. 50%. Barrel. Barrier. Mana 71%. Faded letter. Mana 93%.
Brother
New
Mevrin,
lore.
orders have
Right
come down.
analog stick click
We're
stop slash
closing the
close.
tower for good.
Barrier.
I warned
Barrier.
them that building atop the
0%.
old Zakarum crypt was trouble. You should have seen how many priests they brought in to keep the dead at bay.
Barrier.
All
50%.
that work to maintain some backwater
Barrier.
foothold.
0%.
Just a few more days of this farce. They're sealing up the passageways to the crypt. Then, I'll see
Barrier.
you in Eldheim.
50%.
Light's blessings. Brother Kozina.
Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 55%. Skeleton. Skeleton. Mana 50. Stinging swarm. Barrel. Mana. Stinging swarm. Stinging swarm. Stinging swarm. Stinging swarm. Stinging swarm. Skeleton corpse axe. Mana 5%. Skeleton. Mana 27%. Skeleton. Mana 90. Mana 77%. Aldkin. A flame. Barrier. 0%. Mana 33%. Barrier. 50. Mechanical pedestal. Mana 99%. Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Barrel. Mana 99%. Aldkin. Barrier. 50%. Abandoned outpost. Barrier. 0%. Mana 98%. Right. Aldkin. Mana 77%. Barrier. 50%. Mana 99%. Vengeful spirit. Barrier. 0%. Skeleton captain. Barrier. 50%. Crypt of unrest. Barrier. 0%. Skeleton Aldkin. Vengeful spirit. Expansion. Barrier. 50%. Aldkin. Vengeful spirit. Barrier. 0%. Skeleton Aldkin. Skeleton. Skeleton. Mana 100%. Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Iron. Skeleton. Skeleton archer. Skeleton captain. Mana 100%. Vengeful spirit. Barrier. 0%. Skeleton. Mana 78%. Mana. Skeleton captain. Skeleton archer. Barrier. 50%. Skeleton archer. Barrier. 0%. Coven slippers. Aldkin. Coven barrier. 50%. Vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirit. Skeleton corpse axe. Mana 57%. Skeleton captain. Mana. Skeleton captain. Barrier. 50%. Mana 98%. Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Skeleton captain. Vengeful spirit. Barrier. 50%. Vengeful spirit. Aldkin. Fallen. Fallen. Mana 79%. Fallen. Mana 100%. Fallen. Barrier. 50%. Fallen. Barrier. 0%. Fallen. Mana 80%. Fallen. Ice Clan Marauder. Barrier. 50. Ice Clan Shaman. Fallen. Mana 99%. Fallen. Succubus. Fallen. Barrier, 50%. Alcohol oppressor. Fallen. Barrier, 0%. Fallen. Fallen. Minus 76%. Oppressor. Fallen. Fallen. Ice planet. Mono. Oppressor. 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 Fallen. Mastery. Massacre enough enemies. 94%. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Dagger. Sandworn Brick Rune Band. Drew. Sandworn Brick. Level 24. +1. Skill point. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Earns. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 50%. Skeleton Captain. Barrier, Aldkin, a flame. Mana 80%. Aldkin, Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, Skeleton. Bloodthirst Skeleton. Tainted Vengeful Spirit. Relief. Mana 0% and Mana 61%. Barrier, 50%. Skeletal Construct. Lone Wall. Skeleton Archer. Malductious. Skeleton Archer. Barrier, 0%. Malductious Bloodpulse. Elite. Barrier, 50%. Malductious Bloodpulse. Mana 69%. Mana 90%. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Skeleton. Mana 68%. Mana 80. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Skeleton cap. Skeleton art. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 50%. Armor rack. Bottom action button. Barrier, 0%. Iron gate. Vengeful Spirit. Barrier, 49%. Skeleton corpse hats. Vengeful Spirit. Mana 46%. Skeletal construct. Barrier, 50%. Healing Frost Grip. Barrier, 0% mana 100%. Skeleton corpse hacks. Barrier, 50%. Keepsake. Barrier, 0%. Coven's trunks. Barrier, 50%. Barrier, 0%. Earns. Mana 77%. Earns. Mana 19. Aldkin. Barrier, 50%. Sandworn Bridges. Barrier, 0%. Left shoulder button. Right shoulder button. Barrier, Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Archer. Barrier, 50%. Banshee. Barrier, Skeleton Corpse Hacks. Mana 98%. Iron Gate. Bottom action. Barrier, 50%. Healing Well. Bottom action button. Barrier, 0%. Healing Well. Skeleton Captain. Mana 56%. Earns. Barrier, 0% mana 100%. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Captain. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Skeleton Captain. Aldkin. Flame.
Seems kinda
Dreadful
scary.
Vengeful Spirit. Mana 28%. Dreadful Vengeful Spirit. Mana 49. Wretched Vengeful Spirit. Delete. Mana 48%. Skeletal Construct. Barrier. 50%. Skeleton. Mana 93. Skeleton. Barrier. 0%. Skeleton Corpse Hats. Open Frostbite. Delete. Barrier. 50%. Open Frostbite. Delete. Barrier. 0. Open Frostbite. Delete.
Go.
Mana 50%. Mana 70. Barrier. Sturdy. Mana 94%. Barrier. 0%. Step Bat. Drifters. Barrier. 50%. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Aldkin. Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 50%. Healing well. Bottom action button. Interact. Barrier. 0%. Lord. Mana 95%. Lord. Barrier. Mana 75%. Barrier. Mana 95%. Skeleton. Mana skeleton. Mana 31%. Barrier. 50%. Mana 51%. Mana 0%. Mana 21%. Mana 51%. Barrier. 50%. Mana 73%. Mana 28%. Mana 49%. Mana 71%. Mana 93%. Barrier. 50%. Skeleton Captain. Mana 49%. Mana 48%. Mana 70%. Rudimentary Wand. Barrier. 50%. Manual. Barrier. 0%. Rudimentary Wand. Barrier. 50%. Barrier. 0%. Barrier. 50%. Crypt of Unrest. Left shoulder. Maddox Hill. Barrier. 0%. Aldkin. Rogues can use imbuement skills to modify some of their attacks to deal different. Maddox Hill. Maddox Watch. Bottom action button. Containers. Barrier. Mana 70%. Barrier. 0%. Hunting equipment. Mana 27%. Mana 6%. Barrier. Mana 7%. Mana 29%. Barrier. 0. Mana 27 crates. Mana 7 per crates. Mana 50%. Mana 7. Barrier. Mana 94%. Slain Villager. Bottom action button. Barrier. 0%. Left shoulder button. Side quest. Exorcist's Cache. Gather spirit anima from the undead. Bottom action button. Untrack. Disable auto pin. Exorcist's Cache. Objective: gather spirit anima from the undead. I found a cache infused with powerful magic. I must collect spirit anima to lay the dead to rest and open the cache. Key items. Side quest. Exorcist's Cache. Direct. Whisper. Harvest, the Shrouded Moors. Harvest Venus motes from enemies, bottom action, Whisper, Whisper, bottom action button, waypoint, teleport, Altkin. Overpowered attacks deal bonus damage to enemies based on the sum of your current life and fortified life. Tirmare, Maddox Hill. Bottom action button. Int Anira. Druid. Bottom action button. Interact. Cena. Armor vendor. Iagan. Blacksmith. Bottom action button. Interact. Warning. Blood Clan. Blood Clan Ball. Mana 6, Blood Clan Marauder. Blood Clan Inhaler. Mana, Blood Clan Inhaler. Blood Clan Marauder. Blood Clan Inhaler. Mana 13, Blood Clan Shaman. Purge the Rot. 9/100, Blood Clan Shaman. Minion. Mana 99%, Purge the Rot. Barrier, 31%. Stinging Swarm. Barrier, 0%. Stinging Swarm. Stinging Swarm. Raven of the Tree. Return with 10 Grim. Barrier, 31%. Guards. Barrier, Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 34. Blood Clan Marauder. Wildwood. Mana 77%. Blood Shambling. Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 7%. Shambling Corpse. Mana 33%, Shambling Corpse. Mana 54%, Harvest, Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 10%, Blood Clan Marauder. Harvest, the Shrouded Moors. Altkin. Mana 42%, Purge the Rot. Shambling Corpse. Mana 63%, Shambling Corpse. Barrier, Vein. Bottom action button. Mana 85%. Shambling Corpse. Purge the Rot. 35. Mana 87%. Harvest. Barrier. 0%. Stinging Harp Ward. Harvest. The Shrouded Woods. Barrier. 30. Alt. Lurker. Barrier. 0%. Mana 88%. Purge the Rot. Blood Lurker. Barrier, 31%. Ward. Barrier, 0%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 45%. Barrier, Purge the Rot. 53. Mana 88%. Cull the Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Wildwood. Barrier, 31%. Harvest, the Shrouded Moors. Barrier, 0%. North. Mana 65%. Mana 20. Flame. Barrier, 31%. Loaded Corpse Beam. Barrier, Mana 20%. Blood Clan Inhaler. Mana 4. Cull the Shrouded Moors Bandits. Barrier, 31%. Flake Bearer. Barrier, Bloodletter. Mana 4. Stinging Swarm. Mana 24%.
Help me!
Bloodletter. Barrier, 30. Wildwood. Purge the Rot. Lightning. Mana 89%. Here. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana 3%. Glittering Orb. Bottom action button. Patrol. Mana 89%. Loaded Corpse Beam. Barrier. 31%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana. Patrol. 17. Mana 91. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. Shambling Corpse. Loaded Corpse. Shambling. Loaded Corpse Beam. Patrol. Mana 4. Shambling Corpse. Mana 48. Purge the Rot. Loaded Corpse Beam. Barrier. 31%. Loaded Corpse Beam. Shambling Corpse. Mana. Shambling Corpse. Mana 91%. Purge the Rot. 100 / barrier. Loaded Corpse Beam. Purge the Rot. 101 / 100 and Shambling Corpse. Mana 48. Patrol. 35 / barrier. 30. Loaded Corpse Beam. Purge the Rot. 100. Mana 82%. Shambling Corpse. Purge the Rot. 112. Barrier. Shambling Corpse Beam. Barrier. 0%. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana 40%. Barrier. 31%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 39. Patrol. Mana 4. Purge the Rot. 1. Barrier. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 0%. Patrol. Shambling Corpse. Altkin. Shambling Corpse. Mana 100. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 31%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 0%. Purge the Rot. 130. Patrol. 62 / barrier. Loaded Corpse. Manas. Purge the Rot. 134 / 150. Mana 97%. Patrol. 68. Barrier. 31%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 0%. Shambling Corpse. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana 12%. Patrol. 73. Mana 56. Loaded Corpse Beam. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 0. Shambling Corpse. Mana 58. Shambling Corpse. Mana 89. Patrol. Barrier. 31%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 0%. Loaded. Whispers. Barrier Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Loaded Corpse. Barrier. 31%. Container. Clip alert. Mana 0%. Shambling Corpse. Mana 98%. Loaded blood letter. Mana 5. Blood letter. Clip alert. Blood letter. Barrier. Blood letter. Mana 36%. Patrol. Mana 79%. Loaded Corpse. Loaded Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Patrol. 112. Mana 17%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. 0%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Patrol. 109. Barrier. 31%. Charge. Mana 19%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana 85%. Shambling Corpse. Loaded Corpse Beam. Shambling Corpse. Mana 22%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 100%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier 0%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 78%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier Ward. Mana 1. Shambling Stinging Loaded Corpse Beat Ward. Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 17%. All Flame. Mana 17%. Cunning Head Rocket Flip Lurker. Blood Letter. Life. Mana. Life 49%. Life 49%. Mana 100%. Barrier. Blood Clan. Cunning Head Rocket Flip Lurker. Mana. Shambling Corpse. Blood Letter. Mana 91%. Blood Clan Shaman. Barrier 35%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 8%. Mana 29%. Mana 51%. Howler Moss. Bottom action button. Mana 94%. Stinging Swarm. Barrier 0%. Aldkin. Stinging Barrier 1. Blood Clan Marauder. Blood Clan Marauder. Mangy Hound. Mana 93%. Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 51%. Cleansing Pop. Bloodletter. Shambling Corpse. Bloodletter. Thundering Leak. Bloodletter. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana 17%. Shivering Leak and Firewalker. Mana 38. Mana 61%. Tainted Leaping Terror. Barrier. Loaded Corpse Warning. Loaded Corpse Aldkin. Mana 40%. Shambling Plague Maggot Mangy Hound. Mana 80%. Barrier, Tree Stump. Mana 100. Shambling Corpse. Weird. Shambling Corpse. Weird. Bottom action button. Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 60%. Barrier 31%. Life. Bloodletter. Mana 66%. Mangy Hound. Mana 87%. Mana 65%. Mangy Hound. Blood Clan Marauder. Mana 21%. Mangy Hound. Barrier 0%. Altec. Bloodletter. Mana 92. Bloodletter. Barrier 31%. Barrier 0%. Aldkin. Mangy Hound. Leaping Terror. Mangy Hound. Mana 20. Mangy Hound. Shambling Corpse. Mana 55. Bloodletter. Mana 76%. Mangy Hound. Barrier 31%. Beacon Firewalker. Barrier 0%. Mangy Hound. Beacon Terror. Mangy Hound. Barrier 31%. Mangy Hound. Barrier 0%. Bloodletter. Barrier 31%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Mana 93%. Barrier. Mana 100. Mana 80%. Barrier. Mana 100%. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Shambling Corpse. Leaping Terror. Mana 17%. Shambling Corpse. Barrier 0%. Shambling Corpse. Mana 39%. Mana 60%. Blood Clan Mauler. Barrier 31%. Blood Clan Mauler. Mana 40%. Blood Clan Mauler. Mana 100%. Barrier 31%. Lifeline. Leaping Terror. Mangy Hound. Stinging Swarm. Bloodletter. Mana 86%. Mangy Hound. Barrier, 31%. Shocking Legion Terror. Barrier, 0%. Shocking Legion Alternate. Flame. Mana 19%. Mangy Hound. Barrier, 30. Bloodletter. Legion Terror. Barrier, 0. Cunning Thrall of Rot. Elite. Mana 76%. Cunning Thrall of Rot. Stinging Swarm. Cunning Thrall of Rot. Elite. Aldkin. Mana 41%. Mana 63%. Mana 85%. Barrier, 31%. Barrier, 0%. Barrier, 31%. Silent Chest. Silent Chest. Bottom action button. Barrier, 0%. You'll hear razor bolts. Legion Firewalk. Life 84%. Mangy Hound. Mangy Hound. Flip Lurker. Life 94%. Barrier, 31%. Mangy Hound. Barrier, 0%. Plague Bearer. Mangy Hound. Mangy Hound. Cliff Lurker. Barrier, 31%. Cliff Lurker. Mangy Hound. Mana 79%. Loaded Corpse Beam. Mana 13%. Shiver. Plague Maggot. Mana 34%. Bloodthirsty Legion Terror. Elite. Plague Maggot. Stinging Swarm. Shambling Corpse. Mana Shivering Legion Firewalker. Shambling Corpse. Barrier, 31%. Hellcaller Legion Firewalker. Mana 30%. Wicked Thrall of Rot. Mana 14%. Wicked Thrall of Rot. Life 8. Mana 100%. Aldkin. Mana 79%. Carved. Mana 1. Barrier, 31%. Nightmare Legion Terror. Brave Legion Firewalker. Mana Wicked Thrall of Rot. Mangy Hound. Mana 82%. Snowy Legion Terror. Wicked Thrall. Evil Shrine. Wicked Thrall of Rot. Elite. Wicked Thrall of Rot. Elite. Barrier. Cliff Lurker. Life 100%. Stinging Swarm. Gnarled. Barrier, 31%. Leak. Mangy Hound. Mangy Hound. Lurker. Mana 18%. Aldkin. Mana 61%. Mana 83%. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Stinging Mangy. Legion Terror. Firewalker. Barrier, 31%. Stinging Swarm. Left shoulder button. Right dungeon. Whispering Pines. Astaroth is gone. Fractured Peaks. Undiscovered. Hog Pride. Season Quest. Waypoint. Teleport. Aldkin. Barrier, 0%. Druids shapeshift when they change into a different form, which can often grant them additional bonuses. The Tree of Whispers. The Blood Veil. Isla 60, 121. Coven's Favor, Sam 16. Bottom action button.
It is done.
Collection of one-handed weapons. Level 26. +1 skill point. Quest complete. Whispers of the Dead. 248,200. Torment, collection of one-handed weapons. Auger, Iron Cenotaph Nightmare Sigil. Fiendish Folio, Apprentice's Wand. Fiendish Folio, Iron Shiv, Manual, Auger, Rune, Gar, Iron Cenotaph Knight, Manual. Carrot, Torment Staff of Elements, Vigorous, Cutthroat Exile. Rare Dagger. 294 item power. 27 damage per second, plus 3. 18 to 28 damage per hit. 1.20 attacks per second, very fast. Plus 7.7% damage to close enemies. Plus 20 intelligence. Plus 6.5% damage. Pyromancy, Wise Stride, Warlock's Guide. Rare. Legendary Elementalist's Conjali. Legendary Dagger. 290 item power. 26 damage per second, plus 2. 18 to 26 damage per hit. 1.20 attacks per second, very fast. Plus 7.7% damage to close enemies. Plus 20 intelligence. Plus 6 maximum life. Plus 6.3% damage. Core skills cast at or above 100 mana gain a 32% increased critical strike chance. Empty socket. Requires level 23. Rune focus, sorcerer, vigorous short sword. Magic sword. 282 item power. Nature's teeth. Creature of hatred. Sam 16. Jelena. Coven Jeweler. Bottom action button. Interact, Altar of Witchcraft. Witchcraft. Unable, Wisp, Jelena. Quest complete, Relis. Occultist, Sam 16.
Well,
Occultist,
let's have a look.
Relis. Imprint aspect. Codex of item. Torment staff, Wise Lesser, Boneweave Gauntlet, Bone, Crew, Cutthroat Exile. Rare Dagger. 294 item power. 27 damage per sec, Edge, Elementalist's Conjali. Glorious, Cutthroat Exile, Codex of, Aspect of a, Yargla 50, 200, Aspect of Apogeic Furor, Aspect of Creeping Death. Rank 2 / Yargla 50, Aspect of Elements. Rank 13/21. Gain 27% 15 to 35% increased damage to a set of damage types for 7 seconds. This effect alternates between 2 sets. Fire, lightning, and physical. Yargla 50, 212, Aspect of Intercom. Rank 6, Aspect of Piercing Cold. Rank 1/21, Yargla 50, 212. Aspect of the Expectant. Rank 6/8. After attacking enemies with a basic skill, increase the damage of your next core skill cast within 5 seconds by 10% 5 to Blood Boiling Aspect. Rank 6/16. What Codex? Isla 60, the Blood Veil. Torment. Bottom action button. Interact. Coven's Favor. Bottom action button. Jelena, Altar of Witchcraft, Jelena. Coven Jeweler. Bottom action button. Interact. Left shoulder button. Aldkin. Wise Lesser Wand. Torment's abilities. High top action button. Torment Staff. Left shoulder. Right action button, normal. Op, game, leave game, Alt can. Seasonal. 27. 39. Rambo. Seasonal. 39. Wool. Seasonal. 27. 39.